Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you tonight to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, where we get set for Viking basketball this evening here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, on NewsDakota.com and at VCSU Athletics on YouTube. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. Derek will have our videography work here tonight at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, as it is the first doubleheader of the year for Viking basketball. The Viking women were at home this weekend and opening up their season. The Viking men did not open their season this weekend. This will be the debut for a brand spanking new Viking men's basketball team. How new? We'll tell you about that coming up in a moment. And the Viking women are 2-0 after pummeling Providence University College out of Canada this past weekend, 106-47 and 98-51. As we come into the night, there are a lot of questions about Viking basketball that have to be answered over the course of the first few weeks of the season. And that's what we endeavor to do here tonight, at least to start that process at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse for the Viking men's debut and the Viking women moving on. On the women's side of things, the health of the program, particularly of one player, and that player is Ellie Broughton, their point guard, who went down with a knee injury this past week against Providence University College. They can ill afford to go without Ellie Broughton, and there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, she's the point guard, so there's that. Number two, though, when this Viking women's basketball team is looking for where they're going to achieve their next set of scoring, Ellie Broughton's got to figure into that mix. Last year, the Viking women had a great performance from Ashlyn Deemer, who was really just exceptional during her career at Valley City State, but all good things come to an end. She's now a coach after graduating from the program. Enter Abby Osleeson, who comes to the Vikings from Howard, South Dakota, a basketball-centric family that we had a chance to know a whole lot about, with her sister already on the wall at Dakota State University and her brother playing recently at Dakota Wesleyan. But Ashlyn decided to go out, or I should say rather, Abby decided to go out on her own, and Abby Osleeson is here at Valley City State. And in her freshman year, she averaged 13.8 points per game, 6.5 rebounds per game, and Abby is going to be the leading scorer coming back for Valley City State this year. So the Vikings definitely need her, but there is a need for additional scoring for this Viking basketball team, and that need is very likely to be filled by Ellie Broughton. She has the ability to hit the three. She has the ability to do some special things for the Vikings in transition, and they're going to need that from her this year. But when she went down with a knee injury against Providence University College on Saturday, well, all of that was thrown for a lurch. Well, we've answered one of those questions. Ellie Broughton's in the starting lineup tonight, so she's going to play. The way that knee injury looked on Saturday was not good. I didn't expect to see her tonight. I wasn't sure if we'd see her before Christmas, the way that they were treating that knee. And as it turns out, she's going to be okay, or at least for the moment, she's playing tonight in a game that is a non-conference matchup for the Viking women. Now, as far as the Viking men, the questions that we have to answer are just flat out, who are Valley City State University's Viking men's basketball players? It really is an interesting thing. Coming into the night, the Vikings graduated 63.8 points per game. They return 10.8 points per game. Lamar Grayson, Tyrell Krieger, Shahid Muhammad, Jaden Pacha, Odier Olang, Agua Naiwesh, all done with their careers at Valley City State. And so now the Vikings have to find some new players, and they really believe in a guy that they've picked up as a senior transfer by the name of J.R. Sisson, 5'11" kid out of Lake Zurich, Illinois. We expect to see a lot of him coming up tonight. But everybody on this team, with the exception of a few, brand new. Who's not? Sam Kobervig, sophomore out of Castleton, North Dakota, who got a chance to play a lot at the end of last season and comes back as the second leading returner as far as scoring on this team. He had a great run in the second half of the year last year. Caden Grindy, who's been a steady Eddie for Valley City State University for 3 years. And we saw just a little bit of Nick Carlson last year, a senior out of West Fargo, North Dakota. He averaged less than a point a game, but the Viking men are all brand new, so we'll begin to be introduced to some of those Viking players coming up tonight as they take on the University of Minnesota Morris. For the Morris women, this is an exhibition game, so we might see them approach the game a little bit differently, but Morris returns a lot of front-end talent. Maddie Grove comes into the gym. She's going to be obviously the daughter of the coaching staff for the men and women, because as we've seen with the University of Minnesota Morris, Tim Grove, the head coach of the Viking, or rather the University of Minnesota Morris women, and Paul Grove is the head coach of the University of Minnesota Morris men. So enter a player by the last name of Grove that comes back averaging 18.2 points per game. From last year, she'll be a handful, but we do see Minnesota Morris returning their top 5 scorers from a year ago, where they went 9-5 in the Upper Midwest Athletic Conference. And for the Morris men, they were 10-4 last year, and they don't return their top scorer, but they return just about everybody else. Paul Dack did graduate from this program a year ago, so they have to replace 18 points and 6 rebounds a game, but they've got some pretty good talent behind that can step in and fill some complementary roles. So we expect to see a couple of pretty good Morris teams in the arena coming up tonight, and that means that these should be competitive games, even if for the Morris women it's an exhibition. It is a stand-up game for the University of Minnesota Morris on the men's side tonight, so as we understand it. So they'll play this one as if it's a regular season game, and the women will play an exhibition game tonight against these Valley City State University Vikings. But again, we're going to find out a lot about these teams going forward for the next couple of weeks. The Vikings will be with some non-conference play coming up next week. The Viking women will take on Bemidji State. Then the week after, 3 conference games, including a trip up to Mayville for the travel partner and the first conference weekend of the year. So the non-conference season nowadays is a very, very abbreviated one with 12 teams in the league, 11 that you have to play. That's 22 of your games. There isn't a whole lot of leftovers when it comes down to non-conference basketball. So there are few opportunities to tune up before it's time to play the games that count. That means a lot of these are going to be under a microscope. Our pregame report tonight is brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. Again, Sanford Health Valley City bringing you our pregame report tonight. Coming up, we'll take a look at the rankings for the Viking women as we move into our Viking women's pregame report. Some of you were with us this weekend, but for those of you that were not, and those of you on the radio side, you haven't been with us yet. And so when we take a look at those, we'll give you the rankings, not necessarily the standings, as we're very young into the season and there haven't been any conference games played as of yet. So we'll go through the rankings, although there are a handful of teams that have played basketball already this year in the Frontier Conference. We'll do that. We'll do that before the men's game coming up in between games here tonight. So hang on with us for that. And our starting lineups in basketball should be just minutes away here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight. We're glad you joined us for this one. It's a doubleheader tonight. The Viking men and Morris come up second. Tonight, it's the Viking women taking on the Cougars of the University of Minnesota Morris. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, and we're back with more in a moment.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight on VCSU Athletics on YouTube at newsdakota.com and on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Viking women 2-0 on the season, set to take on the University of Minnesota Morris tonight in the front end of a Morris at Valley City State doubleheader. For the Morris women, this one's an exhibition game. For the Viking women, it is their 3rd game of the season. They come in 2-0 after a win over, actually 2 wins rather, over Providence University College this past weekend out of Manitoba by scores of 106-47 and 98-51. Our pregame report is brought to you this evening by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good at Sanford Health in Valley City. Let's take a look at our current standings and rankings, we should say, coming into tonight in women's basketball. For those of you on the video side of things, those rankings are currently on your screen. And again, we say rankings because the teams are ordered not necessarily in their win-loss record, which would indicate standings, but by the rank in which the college coaches in the Frontier Conference picked these teams to finish in the preseason poll. For those of you on the radio side of things, Dakota State University, who has been a favorite inside the NSAA throughout the last few years, is now a favorite in the Frontier Conference. They're ranked 4th in the nation, and they've opened up to a 3-0 record. The Viking women had success against Dakota State last year, and played 3 very competitive games against them, beat them last year, and had some great success against the top end of this league. More on that in a bit. Carroll College is ranked 16th in the country to start the year, and Rocky Mountain College is ranked 21st, and those are the top 3 teams as far as the Frontier Conference preseason poll. The University of Providence, that's not the Providence team that the Vikings played this past weekend. It's the Frontier Conference's version of Providence. And Montana Tech each receive votes. Bellevue University in the top half of the league in the number 6 spot. 7, 8, and 9, Montana State Northern, Valley City State University, Mayville State University, and the bottom 3, Dickinson State University, Montana State Western, and Bismarck State College. Now, talking with the head coach of the Viking women, Vanessa Johnson, she tells us that as she has scoped out the teams that are in the Frontier out in Montana, the traditional Frontier teams, they're built very big and very physical, so don't let that Montana State Western sitting down there in the number 11 spot fool you, or the Montana State Northern team sitting in the 7 spot fool you. This is going to be a very competitive league coming up this year. Now, as you can see, for those of you on the video side, on the radio side, we'll describe it for you. Dakota State off to a 3-0 start. Providence and Montana Tech each out to 2-0 starts, as is Valley City State, as is Montana State Western. Carroll College lost their first game. Bellevue University's 1-1. Mayville State's 0-2. Dickinson State is 0-2 to start the season. For the Viking women a year ago, it was a real anomaly as far as how their season in the North Star went. The top-end talent in the North Star last year was Dakota State and the University of Jamestown. The Vikings had great games. They beat Jamestown twice, beat Dakota State once. The bottom end of the league was Dickinson State and Bellevue, and the Vikings absolutely struggled with Dickinson State and Bellevue. They lost all 3 games to Bellevue last year, and they lost 2 of the 3 to Dickinson State. Again, the reason, when you get physical with the Viking guards a year ago, it was a real tough sled for the Vikings to try to dig themselves out of that. We've talked a lot with Vanessa Johnson during the offseason. She knows it. And this last weekend, Providence University did a lot of trapping and pressuring, and the Vikings are hopeful that seeing that was very integral in getting them to make a step. But that's why Bellevue is in that number 6 spot, and obviously Dakota State as the favorite from last year coming in. I think you could take the teams that crossed over from the North Star and went into the Frontier and pull them out of a hat. There's going to be a lot of similarities between those teams, and that's why they go number 6, number 8, number 9, number 10, and then Bismarck State College in the number 12 spot, just because they're the 2-year team, and you've got to graduate to be a 4-year team, and so they're an unknown, and that's why they'll come in that number 12 position. That's a look at the preseason rankings that we have for you here tonight. We're about to have our national anthem this evening. We'll come back with starting lineups in basketball in just a couple of moments, so we invite you to stay with us here tonight as we get ready to go for the Vikings and the University of Minnesota Morris coming up next. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and on NewsDakota.com and on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking women's basketball tonight here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. The Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and NewsDakota.com. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. Glad to have you along with us from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we get set for Valley City State to take on the University of Minnesota Morris here tonight. Let's take a look at our starting lineups as we conclude our Sanford Health Valley City pregame report, brought to you this evening by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. First, for the visitors, the University of Minnesota Morris Cougars. The guards are Itzel Salazar, a 5'4 senior from Long Prairie, Minnesota, and Gianna Clarenbeek, a 5'6 junior from Inwood, Iowa. The forwards tonight will be Grace Perry, a 5'11 junior from Moorhead, Minnesota, Claire Stark, a 6'2 junior from Hoffman, Minnesota, and Maddie Grove, 6'1 junior from Morris, Minnesota. Tim Grove in his 20th season as the head coach of the University of Minnesota Morris. And what jumps off the page at you is that their front line, 5'11", 6'2", 6'1", and two of those players, Maddie Grove and Grace Perry, at 6'1" and 5'11" respectively, are listed as guards on their roster. So that means that there will be some pressure against the Vikings on the perimeter, something we talked about that the Vikings were susceptible to a year ago. For the Vikings tonight, the starters, Olivia Backus at guard, a 5'6 junior from Sandy, Utah, and Ellie Broughton, a 5'3 junior from West Hope, North Dakota. Abby Oslees in place in the middle, 6' sophomore from Howard, South Dakota. The forwards are Aubrey Prunty, 5'6 senior from Weatherville, California, and Madison Spacier, a 5'11 senior from Watford City, North Dakota. Vanessa Johnson in her 9th season as the head coach of Valley City State. Those are your starting lineups for tonight's matchup. The Vikings will move left to right to left to get things started for the University of Minnesota Morris. The Vikings in their white or cream uniforms with the Cardinal tonight. And Minnesota Morris is in maroon with gold. Seems like if you've got UM in your name, I know that it's maroon and gold up in Crookston as well. And so if you're carrying that label, UM, University of Minnesota Duluth does the same thing. Everybody's got maroon and gold, even the Gophers. Everything's got a match, you know what I mean? Maddie Grove will take the jump against Abby Osleson, and the Vikings control the opening tap in tonight's matchup. Ball comes up to the right side for Olivia Backus on the wing. Osleson posting up now, coming out to the high post in favor of Spacier. Deep three, Ellie Broughton rolls around the rim, but an offensive rebound taken up on the left side by Backus out of the corner. Backus reverses back to the top. Osleson and now Broughton on the top of the key. Defended by Grove, and again, that's a mismatch. A lot of height against the point guard for Valley City State. Inside Osleson, battling down low. We got a foul coming up after Osleson misses a shot, and Gianna Clarenbeek cleared out the rebound for the University of Minnesota Morris, and we'll see the opening foul of the game go against the Vikings. It'll go against Madison Spacier. And the first possession for the University of Minnesota Morris tonight. So the Vikings work the ball inside, come away empty. Salazar, top of the key to Grove. Grove taking a look, wants to hand it off. Clarenbeek running back towards the far side of the floor, comes to a stop towards the right corner, battling inside against Backus. We got a whistle and a violation against the University of Minnesota Morris. Didn't call a foul. I don't know if that's a 5-second call or what that conversation might have been if they were just out of bounds. Nonetheless, the Vikings will take over after a Morris Cougars turnover. Ball is side of the floor. Prunty looking down low to Osleson. Stolen. Getting back in the play, Claire Stark. She reaches down and makes the play, and Minnesota Morris will turn the Vikings over. Salazar back into the front court, looking off to Clarenbeek, and we've got a whistle and a foul away from the basketball that will go against the Vikings. And it looks like Madison Spacier has picked up her second in short order. Spacier second against the Vikings, and Madison Spacier will have to sit. Tiana Schwinghammer, 6-foot junior out of Bruton, Minnesota, a transfer for the Vikings, comes in and will draw the defensive assignment against Grace Perry. Perry driving to the left baseline, pulls up on a jumper, may have been altered, it comes up short, and Broughton has a loose ball rebound for the Vikings. Prunty into the front court, back to Broughton on the top of the key, working right side of the lane on dribble pressure. Back to Backus, a pull-up three, that rolls off the front of the rim. Rebound underneath to Maddie Grove for the University of Minnesota Morris. Still no score, 90 seconds into the matchup on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. And we've seen a reset of the scoreboard, so we apologize for our altered graphics that we have for you on our screen, but that was done at the table. Salazar looking inside. They set the game very late here tonight on the scoreboard. Ball back to Salazar on the right side, coming out of the post for Claire Stark. Ball ends up out to the left corner, and a three on the way for Morris, no good from Clarenbeek. We'll see a whistle. And the ball's going to go back into the hands of the University of Minnesota Morris. They'll get another look at it. So we'll have to make a few adjustments for those of you that are viewing in on the video side. Apologies for that. Again, we have things set up, and then they make some late adjustments over there at the scorer's table every once in a while. We end up in a spot where we got to play fixer-up on your screen here tonight. Our apologies for that. Morris inbounds the basketball. They look underneath, and Stark gets rejected by Abby Osleson. Loose basketball picked up by Aubrey Prunty, and the Vikings will come back into the front court with the basketball. Post entry into Osleson just inside the foul line. Her jumper short. Rebound saved in bounds by Broughton. Works out to the perimeter, and we'll see Olivia Backus strip Itzel Salazar of the basketball. Vikings get it back. A look by Osleson. Hard take to the basket. Another block shot. Claire Stark has been strong defensively for Minnesota Morris tonight. Stark driving back the other way, and a travel coming up as the ball ended up with Gianna Clarenbeek and ends up rolling away after it goes back to the Vikings. So the Vikings will get the basketball back. Still no score in this one. It's been a little herky-jerk so far. Vikings have had a couple of good looks, some dribble penetration that they've tried to take to the basket. There was a good mid-range jump shot by Osleson on that last possession. The Vikings have just not been able to convert as of yet. Ball right side of the floor, Prunty spinning her way towards the baseline, reverses back to Schwinghammer, and a ball thrown away inside. They were looking for Ellie Powell, who's checked in. Powell, a 5'11 junior out of Bowman, North Dakota. Three left side of the floor is good for the opening scoring. Grace Perry knocks down a three for Minnesota Morris. 3-0 in favor of the Cougars. Took nearly 3 minutes to see the opening points of the game. Schwinghammer looking top of the key. Broughton will pull the trigger for three. In and out. The Vikings have a cold start from the field and a foul coming up on the rebound. Ellie Powell on the back of Itzel Salazar. We'll make sure it goes against Powell, but it will. And that's number 3 on the Vikings. Only one additional foul to give here in the opening quarter of play before the Cougars will go to the foul line. A defensive struggle thus far. Minnesota Morris currently leading by a score of 3-0. Ball on the top with Grove looking to the right side for Clarenbeek. A stop, she goes underneath looking for Grove. Ball defended out of bounds, and they'll say Grove got a piece of it last. So the Vikings will get the basketball back. Schwinghammer will inbound. Broughton's waiting for it in the backcourt. Still 3-0 Minnesota Morris. Off the left side, Schwinghammer a stop. Look through the middle of the floor. Little trapping pressure. Schwinghammer trapped by Grove. Ball was knocked loose. Schwinghammer got it back. Kicks to Prunty and a 3 off the left wing. That's short. An offensive rebound for Ellie Powell. Powell spins her way back in the lane, falls away, and a putback that won't go. Now Ellie Broughton with an offensive rebound. Broughton steps back out to the top of the key, and the Vikings go back to work offensively. Broughton driving right baseline. Little floater on the teardrop over the front of the rim that's strong. Grove comes up with a rebound, wants to run 3-on-2. Salazar in transition, finger roll layup will score. Good take to the basket that time for Itzel Salazar, and Grove runs the transition well, and it's 5-0 in favor of Morris. 3 by Schwinghammer finds the net, and the Vikings are on the board, and it took over 4 minutes. 5 minutes, 51 seconds left of the opening quarter as that 3 goes through for Schwinghammer, and the Vikings break out of a stalemate. They're down by 2 at 5-3. Ball top of the key for Salazar. Looking left side of the floor for Clarenbeek. Now Grove. Backdoor cut ripped away. Good drop down by Schwinghammer defensively to take one away, intended for Grace Perry. And the Vikings are into the front court with the basketball. Broughton to Backus on the right wing. Powell comes over, sets a screen. Morris switches. Backus driving. Left hand take to the lane. That's missed off the glass strong. And Perry has the rebound for the Cougars. Cougars back up front nearing the halfway point of the opening quarter. A stop, a look inside. They go high-low, and Schwinghammer disrupted it. The ball went loose. Perry got her hands back on it, starts back in on the dribble, pulls up against Powell and missed, and a rebound foul coming up. And I believe this will go against the Vikings as well, trying to tie up Claire Stark inside. They're going to get Ellie Broughton for her first, and the Vikings have committed 4, and we'll see 4 new Minnesota Morris Cougars. Brooke Versteeg, 6-foot freshman out of Hancock, Minnesota, leads the new players coming on the floor. Anna Myers, 5'7" sophomore from Browerville, Minnesota. Shelby Mortensen, a 6'2" senior from Granite Falls, Minnesota, comes in. And Gabby Rant, a 5'10" senior from Raymond, Minnesota. And the ball taken away by the Vikings. Outlet pass to Prunty in transition. She can't find it, and it goes out of bounds. Moment ago, well, we'll see a timeout first. We'll take our media stoppage. We'll come back with a look at a really nice transition play for Minnesota Morris. But we have a timeout for media with 4:53 to play of the opening quarter. Lethargic offensive game. On the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, it's Morris 5, the Vikings 3. And Viking basketball will continue in just a couple of moments on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and on KOVC, the voice of the Valley.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
For those of you on the video side, let's give you a look at our replay, and you watch Maddie Grove, 6'1", a junior, handle the basketball in this transition play, comes up with a rebound, leads the breakout, seeing eye pass into the 3-on-2, Salazar to the basket. That is pretty for the University of Minnesota Morris, and that is a 6'1" player running the middle of the floor for Minnesota Morris, who comes back after averaging 18.2 points per game a year ago. Vikings trail Minnesota Morris by a score of 5-3, and Morris throws the basketball out of bounds. Against some trapping pressure from the Vikings, ball ends up beyond the far sideline, and Delaney Cotton steps in for the Vikings to get things going for the first time tonight. 5'9" junior out of Wheatland, North Dakota. Ball to Backus on the right side, into Cotton, spinning into a double team, kick out, Broughton. Now Backus, open 3 right wing, that's off the heel. Rebound strong to the perimeter, and Aubrey Prunty will run it down just in front of the stripe. Vikings back to Backus up front. She'll look into Powell from 7 feet, jumper in and out, and the basket has a lid all over it for Valley City State in the first 5.5 minutes of the game. Dribble drive by Taylor Johnson, a sophomore from Burndale, Minnesota. who comes on for the first time out of the media stoppage. Rant on the top of the key. A stop back to Johnson, taking a handoff from left to right. Ball reverses back off to the top of the key now for Shelby Mortensen. A drive to left baseline, and Prunty stops a shot from Anna Myers. The Vikings will make another change. Liz Lukin, new to the program, 5'8" sophomore from Underwood, Minnesota, comes on to replace Olivia Backus. The Vikings trying desperately to find their way to some offense, and it has been a struggle for the Vikings tonight. From the three-point line, the Vikings at 1 of 6, 16.7% in the early going. They've had plenty of opportunities. They've had some good looks. They just haven't been able to finish, and it's not a whole lot better in the overall field goal percentage, but 1 of 6 from the three-point line stands out. Dribble drive right side, Brooke Versteeg looking into Rant. Shot clock ran out. The officials don't know. Now they know, and the ball's going back to Valley City State. So the Vikings will force a turnover. And Valley City State will come back into the front court, looking to find any way to break out of this offensive drought, first and foremost, that you can call it. Top of the key, Broughton dribbling through a double team. To the right side, Lukin will pull up for 3 out of the corner, and that comes up short. Broughton runs down an offensive rebound for the Vikings. Prunty left wing for 3. Strong off the heel. Rebound battle inside. Lukin got it. Third bite at the apple for the Vikings on the possession. A look in by Broughton. High post to the right for Delaney Cotton. Cotton just muscles her way inside and has her shot stopped by Shelby Mortensen. Still 5-3 on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. We played nearly 7 minutes with 8 points on the board. Morris leads by 2. Ball top of the key, Taylor Johnson. Reversal left side for Anna Myers. Myers off to Rant on the top of the key. Back to Johnson. Shot clock approaching 10. Ball up on top. That'll be a travel against Anna Myers. They're going to rule it a carry of the basketball. You can go either way. And we'll see Abby Osleeson back into the matchup and Tiana Schwinghammer. This will make the Vikings a rather tall lineup on the front line. When you see Schwinghammer and Osleeson play together this year, these will be moments where the Vikings can be potentially lethal. Schwinghammer's got good offensive skills. Schwinghammer dribbling to the corner, high court wide pass to Broughton, backdoor cut Lukin. She'll kick back to the top for Cotton and off to Broughton for 3. That one's short. And the rebound down on the near baseline to Gianna Clarenbeek, who's come back into the game for Minnesota Morris. 2.5 minutes to go, opening quarter. It's 5-3 Morris. Rant, top of the key for Clarenbeek. They're taking a look inside, trying to find Mortensen. Instead, it's a 3 from the top of the key. That's no good from Grace Perry. And a loose ball rebound to the Vikings. Ellie Broughton will lead the team back up front. Vikings with 1 basket so far. Osleeson inside, trying to back down Perry. Turn, double pivot, got her free and scores. Nice setup inside. That was actually against Shelby Mortensen. Abby Osleeson finding her way in. Bluffs the turn to the right, comes back to the left and found the opening, and the Vikings have tied the game. Ball out of the right corner. Grace Perry driving to the baseline, tied up by a Viking double team, and this will be a jump ball. Let's go back to our replay once again. You'll see Osleeson get the setup inside. Good entry from Lukin. The turn to the right, then come back to the left, and that took the defender out of play. And the Vikings were able to get the bucket that time from Osleeson to tie things up at 5 apiece. Inbounds pass right side. Maddie Grove for Minnesota Morris out of the right corner. Dribbles to the foul line, a turn to her right hand, pulls up on a leaner. It rattles in and out. Rebound taken down by Mortensen and tied up and ripped away by Abby Osleeson. The Vikings come away with a basketball. Ellie Broughton back up front. She'll drive left. Ball knocked off her leg. This is going back to Morris. Minnesota Morris will get it back after a Viking turnover. And Minnesota Morris tie ball game with the Vikings with 90 seconds left to go of the opening quarter. Rant will inbound the basketball, and we'll see Gianna Clarenbeek bring it up front for the Cougars. Clarenbeek driving right corner, reverses out to the top. Claire Stark going to be hit and fouled. Maybe Osleeson, it will be, and that should put Morris on the foul line. That'll be the penalty. Morris has yet to commit a foul here in the opening quarter. Meanwhile, the Vikings have committed 5 as a team, 2 on Madison Spacier in the early going tonight. Foul shots here for Claire Stark. Stark, the second leading returning scorer for Minnesota Morris last year, averaged 9 points a game. Salazar, we saw her earlier, averaging 6.9 a year ago. Anna Myers, 7.8. And Shelby Mortensen, 4.8 and 6.8 rebounds. They've got some front end that has come back in numbers for Minnesota Morris this season. 6-5, Cougars lead by 1 after the second foul shot is good. Lukin trying to wrap around on the baseline. She'll be blocked underneath by Gianna Clarenbeek, I would assume. It'll be Clarenbeek picking up her first. Vikings will maintain possession with 1:17 to go. Opening frame. And Tiana Schwinghammer will inbound. They'll stack in front of her on the right side of the paint. Ball comes out top of the key for Lukin. A step by Lukin, crossing her dribble. Back to Schwinghammer on the left wing. Schwinghammer, a hard take into the paint, kicking out. Cotton right corner three, good. Delaney Cotton stepping into a three-point shot. The Vikings have their first lead of the night. 8-6, Valley City State by 2. Drive on the left side of the floor for Gianna Clarenbeek. Hard turn back to the top of the key. Left the defender behind. Takes in the lane. The floater on the teardrop that's missed. And Osleson comes up with a rebound for Valley City State. 45 seconds to go. Opening quarter. Inside Cotton in the post. Fouled from behind. Gabby Rant will pick up the foul. And Delaney Cotton, the sophomore out of Wheatland, North Dakota, will go to the stripe for Valley City State and will attempt 2. That's a good run by Delaney Cotton. Step out, hit the 3. She got interior position that time as well, and that shows you a little inside out in her game that has developed for Delaney Cotton. That's going to lead to an increase in her minutes this year. Cotton's opening foul shot is good. Cotton now with 4. And the Vikings take a 9-6 advantage with 44.9 seconds left. Give Delaney Cotton 5. She knocks down both ends. Aubrey Prunty will come in to replace her. And the Vikings have a 2-possession lead. It's 10-6, Valley City State by 4. Rant in the backcourt, Salazar in the backcourt for Minnesota Morris. Looking off to the right side, Grace Perry, hard step in, trying to find some separation. Ball top of the key taken up by Grove, and Grove will go to the basket, takes the high-low pass, but misses on the layup. Ball ends up out of bounds off of Morris. And this will go back to Valley City State. And the entry for the Vikings of Tilda Maritson, a 6-foot senior from Ängelholm, Sweden. She comes in for the first time tonight and inbounds the basketball. Brought and trapped. We've got a whistle and a foul coming up against Grove. Maddie Groves first. That'll be the third now on Morris. And it comes with 16 seconds to play in the opening quarter. Vikings down early in this matchup by a 5-0 margin. They've gone on a 10-1 run that's taken about forever, though. It's been an anemic offensive first quarter for both teams. Prunty driving baseline with 5 seconds to play. Hit the side of the backboard. Maritson comes away with the basketball and is just clobbered by a triple team. And with 0.2 of a second left of the quarter, Maritson will be called for a walk. And that will take us to, well, you can't really get a shot off in 0.2 of a second. They're going to say this is no good. I believe the minimum is 0.3. That's the end of the opening quarter of basketball. Not a great one for both offenses, but the Vikings find a bit of a groove late. They lead 10-6 on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard after a quarter of play. We have a timeout. We're back with more in a moment. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball. After a quarter of play, the Vikings leading by a score of 10-6. Some numbers that are really a struggle for Valley City State in that first quarter of basketball. Aubrey Prunty from the left elbow and a mid-range jump shot that's missed. And a rebound to Claire Stark for the University of Minnesota Morris. The Vikings 3 of 20 from the field in the first quarter, 2 of 10 from beyond the three-point line. Minnesota Morris, 2 of 11 from the field. The Vikings had 9 more attempts at the basket, made just 1 more attempt at the basket. Vikings look to force a turnover, and Lukin is out of bounds of the basketball for Valley City State. Minnesota Morris will keep it with 12 seconds left to shoot. But that is, well, hard to describe. 3 of 20 from the field, 15% shooting for the Vikings in the opening quarter. And Morris head coach Tim Grove is looking for an explanation on something. Ball will come back out to the top of the key, and we'll see the inbounds pass to Gianna Clarenbeek. They look in for Perry. Perry defended hard inside by Tilda Maritzen. Ball back out on top. Clarenbeek, hard take in, cut off, and he traveled. Nope, shot clock violation coming up. Numbers in the opening quarter. Minnesota Morris 18.2% from the field. They were 1 of 3 from the three-point line. The Vikings 3 of 20 from the field, 2 of 10 for the three-point line. Half their shots were threes. 9 offensive rebounds for the Vikings in the opening quarter. 20 for 3 strong off the back end of the rim. Rebound Lukin cutting underneath, reverse layup good for Liz Lukin. Another offensive rebound. That's 10 offensive rebounds for the Vikings in the first quarter and I guess, first 11 minutes? Backdoor cut, ball by Clarenbeek. She gets fouled and away to the basket by Tilda Maritzen. Coming back down defensively to cut off the baseline. Maritzen with her first. Each team had 13 rebounds, but Minnesota Morris 4 offensive, 9 defensive. The Vikings 9 off the offensive glass, 4 defensive. And foul shots, the advantage there. Minnesota Morris 1 of 2, the Vikings 2 of 2, so not much there in the terms of foul shots. First foul shot here for Clarenbeek is hard off the heel of the rim, and it remains a 12-6 ball game. But 9 offensive rebounds, perhaps bailing the Vikings out, although it's hard to bail yourself out of 3 of 20 from the field. Second foul shot is good for Gianna Clarenbeek, and it's 12-7. The Viking lead is 5. A drive inside Lukin rejected by Perry. Actually, rather Claire Stark. Stark blocks the shot. Stark comes down with the board, and Grace Perry brings the ball into the front court. Stark off to the right side. Clarenbeek head fake, driving left lane. Nice give and go. Sends it back to the right. Claire Stark will score off the glass. That's a pretty play. 12-9, good cut in the lane on the dribble penetration. Took the defender away, and the Vikings have their lead reduced to 3. Prunty for 3 will put it back to 6. Aubrey Prunty on the left wing, stepping into a three-point shot. Second 3, rather third that the Vikings have hit. The Vikings have hit 3 threes and 2 twos. Lead is 6:15-9. Clarenbeek being ridden from behind. A kick out to the top of the key. 3-point shot no good for Brooke Versteeg. Vikings come away with the rebound. Broughton outletting to Schwinghammer. Schwinghammer the stop and go and will score. Tiana Schwinghammer gets to the basket and scores for Valley City State. The Vikings are up by a 17-9 mark, and now a takeaway by Liz Lukin. Lukin will go to the basket and she will score. And a timeout taken by Minnesota Morris as Lukin puts down her 4th of the night. Morris calls for a stoppage. 7:49 to play opening half. The Vikings now lead by 10 on the LaRue-Lacko Financial Scoreboard. We've got more coming up next.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. Valley City State leading by a score of 19-9 over the University of Minnesota Morris Cougars. Let's go to our replay. Tiana Schwinghammer finishing off a nice play for the Vikings. They show you how quickly they can get up the floor. The missed 3, it's Broughton, stretch pass to Schwinghammer. Schwinghammer hesitation under the basket and finishes it, and that's a nice play in transition. The Vikings will need more of that this year. And it was Ellie Broughton that ran it. Ellie's been good tonight. Knee injury against Providence University College on Saturday. Unknown element for the game tonight. And she's played well, hasn't been able to get the 3 to drop, but has been aware of herself as a point guard, hasn't gotten into trouble in the backcourt. Vikings lead by 10 as they've gone on a 9-3 run to start the second quarter against Minnesota Morris. Anna Myers working right side of the floor. Little shove against Broughton to try to get free. I think Vanessa Johnson wanted a foul on that. Drive near side by Clarenbeek. Ball poked away by Tilda Maritzen It'll be Cougar basketball as it ends up out of bounds. A couple of changes here. Gabby Rant will come back in. Taylor Johnson returns as well for the Cougar women. Inbounds play will come in from Johnson, and it works out between the rings for Anna Myers. Myers working towards the right side, coming back left with a dribble, just step for step out there with Ellie Broughton. Ball works down to the corner. Johnson driving baseline, fall away, count it one for Johnson. Taylor Johnson gets the shot to fall, and will go to the basket, or actually go to the foul line as well. Is it Lucan or is it Broughton? I believe it's going to be Ellie Broughton with her second. So this put the Vikings in an interesting spot. Starting point guard with 2 here early in the second quarter. No move to take her off the floor, and the bonus is missed by Taylor Johnson. The Vikings maintain an 8-point lead at 19-11. Schwinghammer, hard take to the basket, shot altered, foul coming up. Gabby Rant will pick up her second. That'll be a tough loss for Minnesota Morris. Rant, 5'10", senior, physical presence inside, and with 2 already for her. And what's interesting is neither coach has sent anybody to the table. You would think both would be doing so right now. Schwinghammer knocks down the front end. She's got 6. The Vikings looking for relief for Ellie Broughton, who's got a pair of fouls. Second foul shot is good for Schwinghammer. 7 now for Tiana Schwinghammer. She leads the team in scoring with 7 minutes to play in the opening half. The Vikings back up 10 at 21-11. Ball top of the key with Versteeg. A stop, a look inside, couple of pivots. Ball comes off to the right side for Claire Stark. Stark taking a look to get rid of it. Johnson drives into the lane. Ball went loose momentarily. Johnson found it again and shovels it back out top of the key for Versteeg. The count's on in the background. We've got a 3-second call coming up inside against Claire Stark. Another turnover by Morris. Spacier back in, Osleeson back in. So the Vikings making some subs there on their front line. We're getting to see that sort of come into its focus here. Morris has now committed 11 turnovers in the first 14 minutes of this game. A take to the basket that comes up a little short from Spacier. Another old board, Osleeson got it. Broughton off towards the left wing. Prunty back out to Osleeson. Looking to draw the defender. Stark came out to face her up. Osleeson cutting in, head fake, drew her, and then went to the basket and had a shot altered from behind. One thing these posts from Morris know how to do well is block shots. They've been all over shots the Vikings have been able to get to. That's a good cut by Osleeson. Good dribble drive to find the opening. You saw Claire Stark very comfortable playing defense from behind in that spot. Shot clock's at 5 for the Vikings. Osleeson again, head fake, hard take. Rant blocks the shot this time. Osleeson has taken her run at both Stark and Rant tonight, and the shot's been altered many times by Minnesota Morris. Still 21-11. Vikings by 10. Cut to the basket. Vikings by 8. Anna Myers goes in with a collapse of the Viking defense on that right side. Uncontested the glass and scores. Lead 21-13. Vikings by 8 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Stop off to the top of the key. A lot of violence out there. We're going to see a foul coming up against Grove. Maddie Grove's second got into the back of Madison Spacier, trying to come out and cut off the basketball. And the Vikings will inbound. Liz Lucan comes over to the near side of the floor to inbound the ball. Inbounds pass comes in. Broughton will send it back to Lucan. Back to Broughton on the top of the key. Left side, Prunty. Just the Vikings trying to break down this 1-3-1 zone by Minnesota Morris. They're trying to match up, and Powell throws it away, kicking it back out top of the key. Brooke Versteeg with the takeaway. She'll pull up in transition, misses a jump shot. Rebound on the weak side, taken back, and we'll see a blocking foul coming up against Ellie Powell after Anna Myers dribbled hard against her. Powell's second. I don't know about that one. Powell really wasn't moving. Dribble was being brought into her. Morris cuts underneath, and Gabby Rant to the basket will score, and that's going to prompt a Viking timeout as the Cougars are back within 6. 21-15. Minnesota Morris cuts the Viking lead to a 6-point margin. We have a timeout on the floor. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Not really sure what kind of crowd we'd have for this one tonight, and as it's turning out, we're filling in nicely here. I mean, not exactly full, but we got good attendance in the chair backs on our side, and a smattering of guests over on the visiting side, which is kind of nice. More and more are filtering in all the time. We've got a men's matchup coming up after our women's play tonight. The Viking men will see the University of Minnesota Morris as well. Vikings leading 21-15. On the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, and the Vikings will inbound the basketball. Ellie Broughton taking it back, and pressure all the way against her. Boy, Minnesota Morris has come out to play some pressure. It's been more player to player. It hasn't been much of a trap here tonight for Minnesota Morris. A 3 by Lucan on the right side, nibbles off the front of the rim. Rebound goes loose to the far side of the floor. Taylor Johnson runs it down after a pair of Vikings were in the vicinity to pick it up. Morris has shown us some 1-3-1 zone tonight. Rant on the right elbow, kicking out towards the near side of the floor, and ball was intended for Johnson. This will just be airmailed out of bounds after Johnson ends up going down on the floor, and Anna Myers couldn't regain her footing either. So a turnover against Minnesota Morris as the ball slings out of bounds. Well, the Vikings were getting together as if there was going to be a media stoppage, but there is no media stoppage as the media timeout came early in the quarter due to a timeout by Morris. Prunty on the left side of the floor for Valley City State. 21-15, the Viking women by 6. 4:45 to play opening half. Backus driving in, little give to Powell, another block shot. Ellie Broughton tries to run down the loose basketball. It ends up working out of bounds. This is going back to Morris. Touched up last by Valley City State. Morris has blocked a ton of shots in the post tonight. I mean, it has been something. And they're back within 6 and holding 21-15. Minnesota Morris down by a half dozen after trailing by 10 a couple of times. Here's an unforced error and a foul. Backus comes up with a takeaway and a foul coming up against Taylor Johnson, putting some pressure on, trying to prevent the transition play for Backus. Each team with 3, each team with 1 to give before the penalty here in the second quarter. Valley City State with a basketball. Broughton working right side to Backus. Back off to Broughton, top of the key. Deep 3 for Broughton's off the heel of the rim. Powell, another offensive rebound. Then the ball deflected loose, and it's picked up underneath by Shelby Mortensen from Minnesota Morris. Vikings had their hands on another board but couldn't secure it. Johnson up front for the Cougars. Broughton reaches in, ties the ball up, chases after it, ends up out of bounds off of Broughton on the near sideline, and Morris will keep possession up front. And a pair of changes for the Cougars. Maddie Grove back into the matchup. Savannah Pelzer will come in for the first time for Morris. 5'4" sophomore from Albany, Minnesota. There are 2 players on the Minnesota Morris roster that are not from Minnesota. Grove in the top of the key, handing back off to the right side for Pelzer. Pelzer a stop looking at Rant on top. That ball was a bit strong. It's rescued on the back end by Anna Myers. Then knocked loose again. Grove trying to save it into the hands of Broughton. She's got a 2-on-1. Morris catches up. Broughton off the dribble drive. Goes to the basket and scores. Rather Backus, my apologies. It was Broughton to Backus. And Backus with a pump fake drew the defender and drives it and scores. The Vikings back up 8 at 23-15. Rant top of the key for Morris. They look inside, the turn by Mortensen. She ends up strong, and the rebound comes down with Ellie Powell for the Vikings. Vikings back up front with 3:15 to the half to play. Broughton left alone, dribbling right side, goes inside on the head fake, off the glass, Ellie Broughton for 2. Nice play by Ellie Broughton getting in and scoring for Valley City State, going into the post to find some points, and Broughton on the night now comes up with her first basket. Another Viking takeaway. Broughton comes away with the basketball. Looks left side at Prunty. Back to Broughton. Crossover dribble into the lane. This time the teardrop off the glass will draw a foul. And Broughton with a chance to go to the line and push the lead to newer depths. The Vikings have led by 10 a few times tonight. They can push it to 12 on this take to the foul line. Let's go to our replay, and you'll take a look at Broughton here, finding her way into the post to score. This is her on the dribble drive, goes in deep, the head fake, and then falls away off the glass. And that shows you some skills for Ellie Broughton, the point guard that can come on and get that done. And Broughton knocks down the front end of 2 foul shots. She's got 3 leading scorers, Tiana Schwinghammer with 7, and 5 for Delaney Cotton for the Vikings. Second foul shot is good for Broughton. That will give her 4 on the night. No one with more than 3 for the University of Minnesota Morris. 27-15, Vikings lead the Cougars by 12. Mortensen, top of the key. A look towards the near side of the floor, dribbles that way, and Broughton Powell strips it. It's Broughton getting away in transition. She'll score in the finger roll. Ellie Broughton scores her 6th. Another timeout by Morris as the Vikings run their lead out to 14. 2.5 left in the opening half. The Vikings up 29-15 on the LaRue-Lacko Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout on the floor, and more Viking basketball is on the way next.
Experience the thrill. Feel the passion. And join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Well, you saw some volleyball there. The Viking volleyball team will be at home this weekend. Those will be our next broadcasts on Friday and Saturday on the video side of things. The Vikings are at home to take on Bellevue University and Dakota State. Last chance in the regular season for the Vikings to improve their playoff positioning as Minnesota Morris steps on the near boundary and goes out of bounds in the basketball. That'll be, I believe, Gianna Clarenbeek that stepped on the sideline, ends up out of bounds. But 2 of the higher-ranked teams, including Bellevue, ranked 7th in the nation coming in. The Vikings need a couple of big wins to put themselves in the national conversation heading into the Frontier Conference Tournament. Backus on the right side of the floor. That'll be the volleyball side Friday and Saturday. Here, basketball side. Backus for 3 off the heel of the rim. The three-point line has been unkind to the Vikings tonight. Grace Perry with the board, stripped by Tiana Schwinghammer. Valley City State back up front. Backus running hard to the basket, and we're going to see a foul against Maddie Grove. That'll be number 3 on Grove. That's a sidelining type of foul. Maddie Grove, who has not yet scored tonight, averaged 18.2 points per game. They've got her for just 2. I'll take one off the board. I had her for her 3rd, but the board has her for just her 2nd. In the meantime, Olivia Backus knocks down a foul shot, and the Vikings are now 7 of 7 from the foul line tonight. Lead is 15 at 30-15, and make them 8 of 8 from the foul line. 31-15, Valley City State. Under 2 minutes to go. Clock hasn't started. Free basketball tonight. There we go. Ball on the right side of the floor. Salazar turns it back off to Maddie Grove. And a whistle and a foul against Aubrey Prunty. Prunty will be called for her first. And that will be number 4 on Valley City State. So the Vikings have given the final foul they have to give here in the second quarter. Inbounds pass finds its way to Salazar for Minnesota Morris. And now we've got a carry of the basketball against Itzel Salazar. We saw some of this weekend where the basketball wasn't exactly clean. Some of that has proven itself to be true again tonight as well. Ball with in the backcourt for Ellie Broughton. Broughton will give it back top of the key into the high post. Schwinghammer back to Backus. Pull up from 15 off the dribble. Backus hits it. Nice looking jump shot for Olivia Backus. She's got 6 tonight. Lead is 18 for the Vikings at 33-15. Itzel Salazar coming up the floor. Only 3 field goals in the quarter, and Salazar will go to the foul line here with a pair of foul shots coming up. And Ellie Broughton has her 3rd for Valley City State. So Itzel Salazar will go to the line, but nobody with more than 3 points thus far for Minnesota Morris, which has been a bit of a struggle for Morris thus far. First foul shot makes it 33-16. Salazar will try again from the foul line, and the lead is cut to 33-17. Minnesota Morris now about a 500 night from the foul line, 4 of 7 Vikings with 1:15 to go in the opening half. Back up the floor. Prunty, court wide pass. Backus catch and shoot 3 out of the right corner. Hits it. And Olivia Backus is getting her some right now. That'll be 9 for Olivia Backus, all in the corner. The lead is 19 for the Vikings at 36-17. Cougars into the front court with a basketball. Step to the right side. Itzel Salazar. Hard take, split a pair of defenders, left it short. Schwinghammer just got thrown to the floor by Claire Stark. And we'll go the other way and shoot some foul shots. So the foul shots for Valley City State coming up after the ball came down in the hands of Tiana Schwinghammer, one of the new players on this Viking team this year, junior transfer. And the Vikings will be expecting good things out of her. And 7 points tonight off the bench for Schwinghammer. Give her 8 as she knocks down the front end here. The Vikings are having a very nice night from the foul line. 8 of 8 so far for the Vikings from the stripe. And we jinxed them. 8 of 9. Schwinghammer misses on the back end. 37-17, the Viking lead is 20. Grove into the front court. Ball comes off towards the right side. Clarenbeek looks into the corner. Got rid of the basketball for Grace Perry. Perry looking give and go. Claire Stark on the high-low. Too strong for Stark and out of bounds. The Vikings have pulled this thing away. They've had a 27-point second quarter. And they've got 27 points on the board with 8 field goals, but 7 of 9, 7 of 8 shooting from the foul line. I mean, it's been that kind of night. They have been very good from the foul line. They've executed defensively, a lot of offensive rebounds, a lot of things to be happy about in this first half for the Vikings against a Minnesota Morris team that returns a lot of talent. We've got a foul inside. I believe this will go against Tilda Maritzen. It'll be her second, but this is a Morris team that went 9-5 in the UMAC last year and returns its top 5 scorers off that team. The Viking defense has been good, and they found their offense after a bit of a sluggish start. Itzel Salazar into Grove on the foul line. Grove taking a look, working right side, back to the basket. Now a fall-away turnaround jump shot. It's deflected after being missed and ends up on the near boundary. This will go back to Valley City State. And the Vikings will have a chance at the final shot of the opening half with 7.8 seconds left. The Cougars will answer with some pressure. And Olivia Backus getting free in the backcourt. Crossover dribble frees her up. 3 seconds to shoot. She went all the way to the basket, missed it. Schwinghammer, a fall away at the horn, comes up empty. That'll be the end of the opening half. But a good close for Valley City State. A 27-9 second quarter for Valley City State. Correction, 27-11 second quarter for Valley City State. Will put the Vikings on top by 20 as we go to the locker room. Our intermission report coming up, brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. We'll take a look at some of the first half highlights from this one, so stay with us for that. That's all coming up in our halftime report. At the break, your score is the Vikings 37 and the Cougars 17. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. We are at the intermission here of our women's half of the doubleheader tonight. The Viking women leading by a score of 37-17 over the University of Minnesota Morris. Our halftime report this evening is brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Rambo is your home for all of your promotional products and, of course, your promotional apparel. So when it's time to put your logo to work, it's time for Rambo to go to work for you. Matt Carlgard, a VCSU alum, he wants to work with you. He wants to make sure that your products are up to specs and that you're getting the most out of your promotional dollar. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Lethargic first half for the Vikings, particularly in the opening quarter, where they shot just 15%. Now, they came out, shot a little bit better in the second quarter, got their shooting percentage up to 30.8%. But what is the big key in this one right now is the Vikings had 14 offensive rebounds and forced 20 first half turnovers. Now, in a lot of basketball games, when you have 14-0 boards and force 20 giveaways, you're going to be just fine. And the Vikings are just fine right now, leading by a score of 37-17 over the University of Minnesota Morris. And again, stressing a couple of things here before we take a look at our first half highlights for those of you that are with us on the video side. Minnesota Morris returns their top 5 scorers from a team that was 9-5 in the UMAC a year ago. Now, we know that the UMAC isn't the strongest of Division III conferences out there, but that being said, this is a 9-5 basketball team in the league last year, and with their top 5 scorers coming back, there's reasons to be optimistic for this Minnesota Morris team. Number 2, the Vikings get this done without their second leading scorer tonight as well. So last year, they lost their leading scorer, obviously with the graduation of Ashlyn Deemert, who's now on the coaching staff for the Vikings. So there's that. So your top leading scorer is Abias Leeson. Your next returning leading scorer is J.C. Richter, who averages 11.4 points per game. She hasn't played a minute of basketball yet this year, and the reason for that is she's still a Viking volleyball player. Just set the all-time record for digs in a career at Valley City State, and doesn't come over to the Viking basketball team until the volleyball season is over. So this is a pretty good look for Valley City State. Defensively holding this Morris team to just 17 points. Morris shot 28.6% in the half. And again, the Vikings with 14 offensive rebounds. They out-rebounded Morris 23-21. And one of the reasons why the rebounding advantage is that close is the Vikings had 18 more shots than Minnesota Morris did. The Vikings were 12 of 39. Morris was 6 of 21 in the first half of basketball, but 20 turnovers for Morris compared to 7 for Valley City State. Some of the big differences in that matchup. Individual numbers in the first half as far as scoring, rebounding is concerned. Let's take a look at that as we continue along here. See if they've got those totals for us. There we go. We got them. It's on the sheet there somewhere. For University of Minnesota Morris, 7 points for Itzel Salazar leads the way. Claire Stark had 3. Anna Myers, Gabby Rant each with 2. Taylor Johnson with 2, and a single for Gianna Clarenbeek from the foul line. As far as rebounding was concerned, 3 rebounds for Maddie Grove, 3 rebounds for Claire Stark to lead the way. For Valley City State, Vikings were led by Olivia Backus's 9 and Tayana Schwinghammer's 8 in the first half of play. Ellie Broughton had 6 in the first half. Delaney Cotton with 5, Liz Lukin with 4, Aubrey Prunty with 3 in the first half of play. Rebounding numbers in that first half. Ellie Broughton had 5 rebounds, and Liz Lucan had 4. Abias Leeson on the board for 2. Ellie Broughton with 3 offensive rebounds for the Vikings to lead the way in that category. And your starting point guard is your top rebounder on the Viking side of the ledger in that first half of play. But again, the Vikings hold the University of Minnesota Morris to 28.6%. They come up with 14 offensive rebounds and force 20 turnovers, and consequently have a 20-point lead by a score of 37-17. Your first half highlights are on the way as we continue our halftime report here tonight at Valley City State University in the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings 37, Morris 15. For those of you on the radio side, you want to catch the highlights, you can flip over to the video side, newsdakota.com, or you can find us at the YouTube channel for Valley City State University Athletics. Search VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and you can find us there, and you'll get the video coverage of this one tonight as well. On the radio side, stay with us as we continue our halftime report tonight from the bubble. The Vikings leading 37-17, and this is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. Women's half of our doubleheader tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Viking men will finish up the night tonight as they take on the University of Minnesota Morris. Valley City State leading in women's play 37-17 as we make our way to our halftime report tonight. Halftime report is brought to you this evening by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the opening half of play. Minnesota Morris showing us that they were a game team early, scored the first 5 points. This is Maddie Grove at 6'1", running the floor, making that pass to Itzel Salazar to finish a play in the fast break. The Vikings come back, though, and find their way inside. Abias Leeson, who had struggled early, gets her defender moving one way, comes back to her left and finishes off a play in the post. Vikings led 10-6 at the end of the opening quarter. Here the Vikings show you a little bit about what they can do in transition. Ellie Broughton comes up with an offensive rebound. Great play out to Tiana Schwinghammer. She goes to the basket and scores. That's how lethal the Vikings can be when they get that crisp pass. And then Ellie Broughton just showing us some things here, going all the way down to the post as the point guard to come up with a bucket. But those are some very nice plays for Ellie Broughton early. And keep in mind, she was a question mark coming into this matchup tonight. A situation where she took a knee injury in the matchup that she had on Saturday against Providence University College, and we weren't sure whether or not Ellie Broughton was going to be able to go. And Broughton comes out and makes the start tonight, and she has been more than just effective. She has been very effective. She's been on top of her game here this evening for Valley City State. Broughton will go into the second half with 6 points. Not sure about the assist numbers. I didn't take a look that far into the report. They've got her for just the 1 assist. I would think that there's probably a few more out there. When they go back and restat this, they'll probably find a couple of additional numbers for her going forward. But Ellie Broughton has had a really nice defensive night as well. 3 steals for Ellie Broughton, forcing some of those turnovers as well. So the Vikings getting a nice night from their point guard and leading by a score of 37-17 at the break. We have second half basketball on the way in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings and the Cougars in game 1 of our doubleheader tonight. And we've got more coming up in just a moment here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. We get ready for the second half of play. Valley City State leading 37-17 over the University of Minnesota Morris in game 1 of our doubleheader tonight. Again, volleyball coming up at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse this weekend. I want to mention that it's the final home weekend for the Vikings, and they're coming back here. And I know that, you know, the status of what the Viking volleyball team is going to do on a full-time basis is a source of some pretty good conversation here at Valley City State. I think Michelle Micklejohn, the team, like to play here. However, the gym that's been designated for volleyball is Gratian Gym, and if there's a basketball conflict, this is the basketball facility. So we'll be watching that play out throughout the course of time going forward. Itzel Salazar takes the inbounds pass for Minnesota Morris, and we're underway with second half basketball. Ball on the left side with Vanderbeek. Actually, correction, that was Clarenbeek that came up with it. A look inside for Grove and a follow away that's missed. Abias Leeson comes up with the basketball for the Vikings. Broughton trying to push tempo into Spacer. Follow away off the glass. Spacer scores. Beautiful play for the Vikings to start the second half. And again, it's Broughton stretching the floor with a long pass as the Vikings get back quickly offensively. Ball right side of the floor for Grace Perry out of the corner for the Cougars. Now it's a drive by Grove and an awkward step to the right, trying a double pivot against Aubrey Prunty, and that will put her on the foul line as Prunty will pick up a foul. Aubrey Prunty has her second, and we'll see Maddie Grove going to the foul line. Spin move and pivot, trying to fall away, took some contact in the middle of all of that, and Grove's first foul shot is good. This is an 18-point performer that didn't see the ball much in the opening half. Scored 18 points per game, 18.2 last year, and didn't get many touches in that first half of play. She knocks down both ends of the foul shots very calmly here, and the lead is 39-19, back to 20 in favor of the Vikings. Right corner three by Olivia Backus hits the side of the backboard. Spacer goes up to get the basketball on the rebound, sends it back to Broughton, and the Vikings go back to work. Another offensive board. A drive by Backus with the left hand. It opened all the way up. She went to the glass and missed it. Rebound is knocked loose by Osleson. Spacer from the right elbow connects. Another three-look possession for Valley City State on a pair of old boards. And Madison Spacer scores her fourth to push the lead to 41-19. Salazar on the right side for the University of Minnesota Morris, taking a step to the corner. She'll reverse back to the top of the key. Clarenbeek looks down low. A back in by Stark. Her turn off the glass, no good. Rebound deflected out of bounds, and this will go back to Morris. Rather, it'll go to the Vikings. It's Salazar trying to close down on that one. Abby Osleson with a good lobbying effort behind her to the official saying, hey, that didn't touch me. And the official says, you're right. Vikings get the basketball. Spacer up front, looking left side. Osleson, a head fake, drew a defender, got bodied up along the baseline, ends up out of bounds. And we'll see an inbounds play from Claire Stark on the near sideline for Minnesota Morris. 8:24 left in the third quarter on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. Vikings up by a big margin, 41-19. Salazar, crossover dribble, finding Stark on the cut in the lane. That one went loose, and another turnover. Minnesota Morris has had their problems holding on to the ball tonight. Broughton looking down low, trying to find Osleson. That's a Viking turnover. Step in front that time by Gianna Clarenbeek. And the Cougars will come back into the front court with possession. Clarenbeek left side finding Salazar, rotating back. They lob one down low to Grove, back to the basket on Broughton, turn, fall away, missed, and the rebound to Osleson. Boy, that's the matchup that you want if you're Morris. Back the other way, another stretch pass to Spacer. Spacer off the glass, scoring again. Madison Spacer with 6, and the stretch pass continues to be the play for the Vikings as Broughton, looking up the floor to stretch things each time, has been able to find success with it. High-low game inside. Stark has the ball knocked loose. Taken back by Osleson. Broughton running the show. Now 3-on-2. Down to Spacer. That shot is blocked. Coming back by Grace Perry. Let's go back to the replay again. Another stretch play coming out of here for Broughton that you can see for those of you on the video side. Broughton taking a look at the floor. There's the stretch pass to Spacer and the nice lay-in off the glass. And that's a pretty play for the Vikings being able to stretch the floor out and turn that into a 24-point lead. Backus, a drive, hard take to the basket, missed it, and Grove has the rebound for Minnesota Morris. 2.5 minutes into the third quarter, Vikings leading by 24. Grove working right side, a take into the lane, spin and a fall away from 14, connects. Grove with 4, everything she does is smooth, and she finishes things with a lot of touch. 43-21, lead cut to 22. Spacer, right side finding Broughton, corner for Backus. Back as a turn back to Broughton right wing. Hard take against a pair of defenders, and we've got a foul coming up. That will go, I believe, against Grace Perry. That'll be Perry's first. The Vikings will huddle up and get ready to inbound the basketball. Inbounds play will come in from Aubrey Prunty. Prunty will sky one back to Broughton on the top of the key. Vikings moving right to left here in the second half. Pull up on the way, comes up short that time from Abby Osleson. And Maddie Grove will lead the team the other way for Minnesota Morris. Grove a turn in, a stop on the right elbow. Prunty got to her defender into Stark. Stark will fall away off the glass and score. Claire Stark with her first 2 of the second half. And the Viking lead trimmed up to 43-23, and a ball knocked away by the Cougars. Grace Perry coming out to slap that one out of bounds. The Vikings will keep it in the front court, and Delaney Cotton will come back into the matchup. Tiana Schwinghammer will re-enter as well. Schwinghammer will replace Aubrey Prunty in the lineup. And the Vikings will inbound the basketball up front. This is something new this year now. The Vikings will finish on our left as we take a look at it this season. Cotton, the right corner 3 on the way. That's off the heel of the rim. Looks to chase down her own rebound, but Itzel Salazar was able to find the spot. Ball led left side. Clarenbeek in the lane from 10 feet. That trickles in. And a little bit of a run here by Minnesota Morris after the Vikings got to them early. Morris now leading the quarter 8-6. Vikings have the lead cut to 18. On the foul line, ball taken in the high post by Osleson. She'll work right side, finding Broughton. A step to the left, Broughton hard take towards the basket. Scoop layup, Ellie Broughton will score again. 8 points for Ellie Broughton. Left side of the basket with the right hand, but scores on the scoop. Vikings back up 20 at 45-25. Salazar, backdoor cut, Perry on the baseline foul. And Ellie Broughton's gonna pick up number 4. So now we'll see how the Vikings play with some stress. And this may be the moment that Vanessa Johnson was waiting for by leaving Broughton in the ball game. This one is a counter for the Vikings. It's not a counter for Minnesota Morris, but the Vikings with the lead. And now you have a chance to see what happens. Sophie Bachmeyer, sophomore guard out of Granville, comes in and will have to play as the replacement for the Vikings for a good deal of time. When you're starting point guards on the bench with 4, you're not going to see her until the fourth quarter, and there's 5:59 left of the third. First foul shot was no good. Neither was the second for Grace Perry. She comes up empty on both ends. Bachmeyer will bring the ball to the front court for Valley City State. Bachmeyer looking left side. Schwinghammer trying to drive her way into the lane. Muscling up and sending one to the corner for Delaney Cotton. Cotton taking a look, reverses back out to Backus. Schwinghammer on top, working right side. A step back, shot clock approaching 10. Bachmeyer in the top of the key, working right side, got a big screen from Osleason, and Schwinghammer from the right elbow drills a line drive jump shot. Schwinghammer's the first Viking to double figures. She's got 10. Lead back to 22 for Minnesota Morris at 47-25. It's Salazar coming back on top, and Myers travel. Anna Myers, one too many step, coming back for the basketball. And a change will be to Brooke Versteeg, who will come into the matchup for Minnesota Morris. We'll also see the re-entry of Shelby Mortensen. Vikings up by 22. They had a 20-point lead at halftime. It's been no larger than 24. Vikings made a run, then Morris has come back with one. Bachmeyer working right side, Delaney Cotton on the right wing. Cotton to stop, bounce pass to Backus in the corner, baseline move, wraps around for Powell. We've got a foul, trying to cut off Backus on the foul line. Believe Taylor Johnson will be the guilty party. That'll be her second. Inbounds play will come in from Tiana Schwinghammer for Valley City State. They stack in front of her. Schwinghammer taking a look, sends one out to Olivia Backus on the top of the key. Backus a step on the right side, double pivot in the lane, nowhere to go with it. Out to Delaney Cotton. She'll reverse to the right. Sophie Bachmeyer into the lane. Kick to the corner for Backus. Backus working right baseline, and a foul coming up against Johnson with hands on Backus. That'll be the third on Taylor Johnson. And the third on Morris in the corner. They've got one left to use, and that'll take us to our media timeout. 47-25. The Vikings lead by 22 midway through the third quarter. We have a timeout for media. This is our coverage of Viking basketball. VCSU Athletics on YouTube, newsdakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC. And we're back with more in just a couple of moments.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Well, noticing during the break, the Vikings are now up to 17 offensive rebounds in the game. 30-24, the Vikings the rebounding advantage. 17-6 on the offensive glass, which is just out of this world. But the Vikings still struggling from beyond. 4 of 17 from the three-point line tonight. They lead by 22 at 47-25. Delaney Cotton into Olivia Backus for the Vikings. Backus a drive, hard take off the glass, got her own miss, reverses back out. Schwinghammer, wide open three, hits it. Tiana Schwinghammer with 13. The junior transfer out of Bruton, Minnesota, knocks down a big three for the Vikings. And they're up 25 at 50-25. Valley City State halfway through the third. Gabby Rant behind the back. A stop on the elbow. Delaney Cotton coming out to D her up. Cotton knocks the ball loose, dives to try to scramble for it. Pile up on the floor that leads to an alternating arrow. And the Vikings are going to have the advantage there. So the Vikings will inbound the basketball near side of the floor. Delaney Cotton ready to send it in. Sophie Bachmeyer waiting for it. And the Vikings will come up front with the basketball. Bachmeyer a look off to Backus on the right side. Backus taking a look at Delaney Cotton, who comes back for it on the top of the key. Schwinghammer ball faking left. Steps into the baseline and fouled from behind by Shelby Mortensen as she made a cut to the basket. And the foul will put Tiana Schwinghammer on the foul line with 4:08 left here in the third. And we'll see Liz Lucan coming out for another shift for the Vikings tonight. Tiana Schwinghammer at the foul line, the leading scorer for the Vikings tonight. First foul shot is off the heel of the rim. 3 of 5 now from the foul line, but pair of threes, pair of twos tonight. And the second foul shot for Schwinghammer rattles and rolls and finds its way through, and she's got 14. 51-25, the Vikings on top by 26. Second half of our third quarter of basketball. Ball left side of the floor for Brooke Versteeg. Versteeg a stop, comes out to Taylor Johnson, top of the key. Lucan coming out to defend her. Stop by Johnson, handing back to Versteeg. Shot clock half expired. Schwinghammer comes out to pick up Versteeg. A stop on the left elbow. Ball back to Rant on the right elbow. Bounce pass inside Mortensen. The follow-away hits it. Shelby Mortensen there. We talked about the height that this team has. That's a 6'2 senior from Granite Falls hitting that, who comes off the bench. This is a tall basketball team. They drop back into 1-3-1 zone. Delaney Cotton with the basketball, stripped of it as she tried to kick it to the perimeter. Lucan found it and got a loose basketball off to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer a stop, back to Liz Lucan on the right side. Lucan a stop with the shot clock at 10. Delaney Cotton had it on the sideline and got pulled down. And we're going to see a foul coming up here, I believe, against the Vikings. Now they're going to get Delaney Cotton reaching in. That'll be her first. And the Vikings have given up their third. They have one more to give in the corner before the penalty. Taylor Johnson will bring the ball back up front for Minnesota Morris. Crossover dribble, got a screen, drives inside against Schwinghammer, goes reverse layup and threw it over the backboard. And they're going to say the Vikings touched it last. So Morris will keep it, and Vanessa Johnson is perplexed, asking whether or not the ball was touched. And the official says it went over the backboard, and Vanessa Johnson says, yeah, but did we touch it? And it took the officials a while to say, yes, you did. Inbounds pass comes out to the right side of the floor. Anna Myers for Minnesota Morris. Working right side, steps through a double team. Tough follow-away jumper that's missed. Mortensen a follow-away putback after coming over the old board. That's empty, and Taylor Johnson commits a foul as Tiana Schwinghammer brings down the basketball. Now Taylor Johnson has 4 for Morris. Well, we'll see what the Cougars do here. The Vikings go to the foul line. Schwinghammer is going to shoot the penalty. That's the 5th foul on Minnesota Morris. 51-27 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. All Vikings at this point. And Schwinghammer scores point number 15. Now 5 of 7 from the free throw line tonight for Schwinghammer. And 6 of 8 as the second one goes in confidently. And Schwinghammer with a big third quarter. Now 8 of her 16 coming here in the third, and she had a good run in the second quarter to close up the opening half as well. 53-27, the Vikings lead by 26. Johnson, crossover dribble, and a foul coming up against Liz Lucan. Well, here's the thing. I mean, not a lot of contact there, and this is going to result, they were positioning around the lane for bonus. Not the penalty yet, it's going to be Morris basketball, but for what has been allowed to go on tonight, kind of odd that they're starting to step in and call those now at this point. Inbounds pass, Taylor Johnson takes the inbounds play. Works right side, a stop. Reversal to Myers in the top of the key. Crosses left hand, hard take in against Bachmeyer and banks one home. Anna Myers going high off the backboard, scores her 4th, and the lead is cut to 24, 53-29. Lucan driving, stopping. Reversing to Sophie Bachmeyer on the right side, back to Lucan. Ellie Powell's in the post. Lucan spins her way inside. Comes back off to Bachmeyer. A look back top of the key. Schwinghammer. Hard take between 2 defenders and banks at another. And Schwinghammer having a really nice night. That's her 3rd field goal of the quarter. She's got 10 of her 18 here in the third. And the Vikings lead 55-29. Ball top of the key taken by Versteeg. She got to the right block for Morrison to Taylor Johnson. Cut across the lane, that's missed. Schwinghammer comes up with a rebound. Vikings up the floor, 4 on 3. Bachmeyer head down, offensive foul. You can see that one coming. Sophie Bachmeyer, shoulder down coming in, initiating the contact. And we'll see Madison Spacier and Tilde Maritzen returning for the Vikings. And in the meantime, Bachmeyer, only her 1st foul, but again, has to play carefully here. With Ellie Broughton on the bench with 4 right now for Valley City State, it's Bachmeyer's game on the point. Ball knocked loose by Lucan, an intended pass to the left side for Rant. 3 on the left side by Myers is off. An offensive rebound to Mortensen on the weak side against Tilda Maritzen. Ball comes back to Myers, fall away, short off the front of the rim, and the rebound to Schwinghammer for Valley City State. Vikings up the floor, long pass to Maritzen, and she'll score in transition. There's Schwinghammer coming out and controlling the fast break, and Tilda Maritzen has her first two, but a great pass from Schwinghammer, who's out there as a 6-foot forward, and now Schwinghammer comes up with a takeaway. Ball in the backcourt for Bachmeyer for the Vikings with 1 minute to go. The Vikings looking to take a 30-point lead. Schwinghammer to the glass will do it. Fourth field goal of the quarter. She has 12 of her 20 in the third quarter of basketball. Tiana Schwinghammer has put the Vikings up 59-29. And a ball inside to Mortensen, too strong. Rebound, actually loose ball, picked up on the turnover. Tilda Maritzen will take it back for the Vikings. Schwinghammer up top, high low to Spacier. That comes up empty. Rebound deflected loose, and it'll be run down. Gabby Rant was able to knock it away. Versteeg will come away with it for Minnesota Morris. Dribble drive to the foul line, and Versteeg will knock down the jump shot. First 2 points tonight for Brooke Versteeg. Vikings have their lead cut to 59-31. Shot clock's off with 15 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. Bachmeyer will dribble it out. Works off to the right side, got a screen, bounce pass right corner. Lukin driving baseline, the world's open. Shot blocked from behind, but Mortensen will be called for her second foul. Well, you go back to this a moment ago on our instant replay, and you watch the rebound comes down here with Schwinghammer. You got a forward finding a post, releasing down the floor. Schwinghammer eyes up all the way. That gets into Maritzen, and Maritzen the turn and scored. You got a couple of forwards that are able to find that kind of chemistry in the fast break. It's a nice look for the Vikings tonight. Liz Lukin at the line. Number one is good. The Vikings have piled up a bit of a foul shot advantage tonight as well. Vikings now 12 of 14. Minnesota Morris 6 of 11. Second one goes down as well for Lukin. That'll give her 6 on the night. And the Vikings 13 of 15 from the line. A buzzer beater off the backboard, and that's 3 quarters. And the Vikings have taken firm control of the basketball game here in the third. They lead Minnesota Morris by a score of 61-31 after 3 quarters of basketball on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We go to the fourth. We've got more basketball coming up next on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and on NewsDakota.com and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC. Stick around. More on the way next.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
We go to the fourth quarter of basketball. The Vikings leading 61-31. Couple of highlights from that third quarter of play. Valley City State, another offensive rebound from Abby Osleason. The stretch play. This is Broughton going down the floor, finding Madison Spacier, and Spacier would be on the other end of a stretch play. This one run by forward Tiana Schwinghammer. Schwinghammer taking a look up the floor. She finds Tilda Maritzen on that stretch play. So Spacier taking one from Broughton, and Schwinghammer taking one from Maritzen. Or I should say Schwinghammer finding Tilda Maritzen in the fast break, and the Vikings go up 30 at 61-31 at the end of the third quarter of basketball. Vikings with it after another Minnesota Morris turnover. Ball inside of the floor, Aubrey Prunty. Back out on top, Bachmeyer playing as Ellie Broughton has 4 fouls, so Bachmeyer steps into the point guard spot. Spacier back to Bachmeyer. She steps into the lane. Ball was stripped loose and will be ripped off the floor by Claire Stark for Minnesota Morris. Take a look at the third quarter numbers here in a couple of moments. Stop at the top of the key. This comes back to the right side, and we'll see Gianna Clarenbeek with her hands back on the basketball. It's Salazar. Hands off to the top. Grove. Crossover dribble. Back to the basket. Turn following inside the foul line. Missed it. And a rebound comes down with Aubrey Prunty for Valley City State. Bachmeyer back into the front court, back to Prunty on top. Head fake looking near side, Lukin with it. Into Maritzen with her back to the basket in the left block. Comes back around to the right side, now spins underneath with the dribble. Comes back to Lukin on the left wing. Lukin hard take off a bump into Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer driving against Grove, got to the basket, it scores the left hand. Boy, I'll tell you what, Sophie Bachmeyer, that's a gutsy play for Sophie Bachmeyer, going right at 6'1" Maddie Grove. Undersized on the point guard compared to that defensive matchup, and she scores it. And now the Vikings trying to force another turnover. The ball's kicked around like a pinball on the near sideline. Morris comes away with possession of the basketball, at least for the moment. Salazar kicking out on top. Clarenbeek for three is off the front of the rim, and a rebound taken away by Maritzen for Valley City State. Vikings leading by 32. Another stretch pass to Prunty, this one disrupted by Itzel Salazar. The Vikings will send Abias Leeson and Olivia Backus back into the matchup. Three-quarter numbers, Vikings shooting percentage up to 37.5%. The Cougars shooting 33.3%, but the turnover number, 31 turnovers for Minnesota Morris through 3 quarters of play tonight. The Vikings had committed 11, and the Vikings had 18 offensive rebounds, and that is just a rough stretch. Head fake to draw a defender. Osleeson puts the ball on the ground. Couple of turns off the right block. Defended well. Turned back to Backus. Backus scoop layup high off the glass. Scores it. Backus having a nice night. Second Viking to double figures. She's got 11. Tiana Schwinghammer had 20 through 3 quarters to lead the Vikings tonight. 7 points for Itzel Salazar was the leader for Minnesota Morris. Jumper from the right elbow comes up no good. That time from Perry. Ball rolls on the floor. Salazar got it. They look into Grove. Turn, fall away for Grove. Short. Offensive board to Claire Stark. Fall away draws a foul against Osleeson. Second foul against Abby Osleeson. And now the Cougars will get some new players active. We'll see Reese Wasink, 6-foot senior from Edgerton, Minnesota. She'll come in second. Savannah Pelzer, we've seen her before, 5'4" sophomore from Albany. We mentioned that Morris has just 2 players that are not from Minnesota on their roster. Stark takes a foul shot and comes up empty. Those 2 are McKenna McAloney, sophomore out of Fargo, North Dakota, and also Gianna Clarenbeek, who started tonight from Inwood, Iowa. Second foul shot is good for Claire Stark. 6 points on the night for Stark. She'll step off, and Reese Wasink will step into the matchup. 65-32, Valley City State's lead is 33. 7:15 to play in the 4th quarter of basketball. Ball on the right side of the floor. Lukrin turning back to the top of the key. How about a 3 for Spacer off the heel of the rim? That's the one part of the game tonight that has eluded the Vikings. Through 3 quarters of basketball, the Vikings were 5 of 18 from the 3-point line. A step in by Perry, got an extra step to it. Drove and missed off the front of the rim. The rebound's out of bounds off of Spacer. One of the advantages to keep in mind in this one tonight as you watch it, if you're a Cougar fan, is that the Vikings have the advantage of playing 2 games, and watching the way that Providence played the Vikings as an inbounds pass is knocked out of bounds. Providence University College pressed the entire game, made the Vikings be active, taught them how to fight off contact. I mean, all the things that you would expect. And this is Morris's debut on the season. Foul coming up against Osleeson. That'll be the 3rd against Abby Osleeson. But this is the debut for Minnesota Morris, and so whenever you come into that situation where another team has played 2 games and they were just on Friday and Saturday and you haven't played yet, it's going to be touch and go. And probably should be at that point, right? But the Cougars looking for better than what they've seen from their team tonight with some of the talent that they have coming back. And they'll likely put it together. 3 on the right side comes up no good from Perry, and a rebound foul. And they're going to take it Madison Spacer. Tough one for Madison to understand. She thought she had position inside against Reese Wasink, and the Cougars will get the benefit of the call going against the Vikings. And the inbounds pass will come in from Minnesota Morris. Ball comes out towards the left side of the floor. Picked up there by Clarenbeek. She'll go to the basket. That's blocked. Maddie Grove comes back to follow it up. Misses on an offensive rebound. Goes up to get her own miss and misses again, but will find her way to the foul line. So the Vikings have committed all 4 of their 4th quarter fouls to give. And the fourth will also go against Aubrey Prunty tonight. So Prunty joins Ellie Broughton with 4. Osleeson has 3. Grove misses again from the foul line. I shouldn't say, rather, Grove misses again. That's her first miss from the foul line. But the Cougars haven't taken advantage of that part of the game tonight. They're now 8 of 14 as Grove knocks down the back end. But 8 of 14 from the foul line is not something that head coach Tim Grove is looking for out of his Minnesota Morris Cougars. Inbounds pass to Backus on the right sideline for the Vikings. Comes back to Spacier, back to Backus. Head fake, Backus stepping in, stop, looking to reverse. Kicks it out left corner instead. 3 on the way for the Vikings, but before that, Hadley Bonney had stepped on the sideline. Bonney, a freshman out of Brandon, Minnesota, and made a bit of a step back on her 3 and touched up on the boundary. Out of bounds, and it goes back to the Cougars. Pelzer will step up front for Minnesota Morris. A stop and go dribble towards the baseline. Pelzer cut off by a double team, looked in, and this time Bonney comes up with a takeaway, but then a takeaway worked back by Wasink. She'll go to the basket and score for Minnesota Morris. So the teams trade turnovers, and Morris gets the better end of the trade as they score and cut the lead to 30 at 65-35. Ball top of the key with Backus, looking left side. Bonney back off to Backus. Right side reversal, looking for Lucan. Into the corner for Spacier. Spacier trying to come back towards the top of the key. Found Backus into Osleeson. She'll post up and fire from the high post, ends up missing it. This will be off of Lucan out of bounds and go back to Minnesota Morris. Men's matchup follows our women's matchup tonight. We invite you to join us for it. We'll have a break in between games. For those of you on the radio side, back to some regular programming. For those of you on the video side of things, you will have a look at the floor as we get ready to go, and we'll come back for a brief pregame for the men. Grove inside, fouled. Lucan trying to step in, take it away, and that's the 5th against the Vikings. That's on the shot, so Grove is going to go to the foul line. 5:21 to go, and Delaney Cotton will step into the matchup for Valley City State. She had a nice run in the first half tonight, did Delaney. Grove at the line, number 1, no good. All of Grove's scoring coming here in the second half. Number 2 about to be taken. Second foul shot is good this time for Maddie Grove. So Grove will make it 65-36. And Lucan brings the ball to the front court for the Vikings on a long stretch play from Olivia Backus. Looks like Backus is running the point now, so the third point guard of the night for the Vikings. Backus drives inside, scores off the glass. 13 for Olivia Backus tonight. Vikings back up 67-36. 5 minutes to go. We'll have a media stoppage coming up next, dead ball. Ball on the top of the key with Savannah Pelzer. Works back towards the left. And a look down low for Grove in the give and go that ends up out of bounds. And that will bring us to the media timeout with 4:50 left to go in the fourth quarter. 67-36, the Vikings on top by 31 with 4.5 to play here in the fourth. And we've got more coming up with Vikings basketball next on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. 67-36, the LaRue Laco Financial Scoreboard. Back with more next.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball. Timeout for media with 4:50 left to go here in the second half. And fourth quarter, but second half. And the Vikings with a 67-36 lead over the University of Minnesota Morris. Valley City State trying to move to 3-0. Their next matchup takes them up the ladder. Coming up on the 14th. The Vikings will take on Bemidji State University, and that is here 2 Fridays from now. And that will be a counter. That's a game that will not be an exhibition game. Ball knocked away here by the Cougars, and a take to the basket for Savannah Pelzer. Pelzer scores her first 2. Viking lead cut to 29. Delaney Cotton up front, ball swiped loose, but rescued by Hadley Bonney for the Vikings. Olivia Backus on the right. Look into Osleeson on the right elbow. She's hit by a double team. Little 2-1-2 zone here for Minnesota Morris. They've changed defenses a couple of times tonight. Ball left side of the core, too strong, coming back up, and a backcourt violation will be called against the Vikings on a pass coming from Bonney out of the corner. 4:16 to go. And the Cougars with a basketball. And the Cougars will inbound. Pelzer will take over at the point guard spot. We'll see another shift for Allie Powell coming up here in a moment. Pelzer curling her way down to the corner. Looks in, and the ball clanks off the hands of a new post player for Minnesota Morris. That's Savannah Peterson, 5'7" freshman from Kirkhoven, Minnesota. And the Vikings will get the basketball back. Backus on the near side of the floor. Morris employing a little half-court trap once again. The Vikings recognize it, beat it. The pressure that the Vikings saw against Providence University College this weekend was all player-to-player and physical, right up in your face. Been a little bit more trapping and finesse from Morris tonight. Long-range jump shot for Bonney that trickles in and scores. Hadley Bonney pulling up on a baseline jump shot. She hits it. And the Vikings take a 70-38 lead. Vikings playing again tonight without Cassidy Shute, who had a really nice night against Providence University College back on Friday. Delaney Cotton forcing a takeaway. Backdoor pass to Backus, and she'll score. Backus with 15. And the Vikings make it a 71-48 matchup. And boy, the turnover bug, that one has been a big number tonight. That will be the 31st turnover. And that may be actually a number that was frozen. I think they had 31 at the third quarter mark, did Minnesota Morris. A 3 ends up empty. The live stats right now have it 71-38. The turnover number I don't think has been updated, though. After 3 quarters, I believe they had 31 turnovers already, if I'm not mistaken, Minnesota Morris, and that number hasn't changed. Maybe they just haven't had a turnover here in the fourth quarter. I might be a little off as far as where that number was. Nonetheless, the ball with Minnesota Morris. They look underneath, and this will be thrown away as well. So another turnover forced by the Vikings. Just been a long, long night for Minnesota Morris in ball control. Ellie Powell inside, missing on that one. Boy, Vanessa Johnson wanted that shot to go. They've been working so hard with Ellie Powell to get her to go straight to the basket. Her nature is to fall away. That time she went straight to the basket. You wanted to get rewarded, and they just didn't see the reward on that one that they wanted. Peterson looking out left side. 3 by Pelzer is on the way and off the heel of the rim. And a rebound pulled down by Lucan inside for Valley City State. 2.5 to go as we run this one out. Bachmeyer looking inside. The cut by Delaney Cotton. She'll score. Cotton with 7. Had a really nice night for the Vikings, and she's getting more minutes, and it's good to see. Delaney's got some skills. Those great Central Cass teams that she was on. Ball back on the right side of the floor. Pelzer turns it back off the top of the key. New to the game is Evie, I believe that's Stockinger. Let me check that out. Yes, Evie Stockinger, 5'7" first-year player out of Bloomington, Minnesota. Pelzer is fouled by Delaney Cotton. Cotton second. And the clock will run down to under 2 minutes to play. Again, we'll have a brief post-game wrap-up on this one. And get ready for game number 2 of the night, the men's matchup with Minnesota Morris. This is an exhibition for the Cougars, but the next one, so as we understand it for Minnesota Morris, will not be an exhibition. That's going to count. Pelzer knocks down the front end. And that's a Cougar team that a year ago, 13-13 overall, 10-4 in the conference. They've got some good scoring coming back, so again, we expect that Cougar team to be competitive. Meanwhile, the Vikings are brand new. They graduated nearly 64 points a game last year. In return, only 10.8 points per game. Ball left side of the floor, Bachmeyer stepping away. Reversing out top of the key. Lucan back to the basket. Turn back to Bachmeyer on top of that 2-3 zone by Minnesota Morris. Clock to 1:35, 3 by Bachmeyer. Rolls off the front of the rim. An offensive rebound. Cotton turns, goes back to the basket and scores. Delaney Cotton going into the post and scoring her 9th. And a pretty big smile on Vanessa Johnson's face across the way. The Viking head coach liking the way some of these players are really stepping into their game. for Valley City State. Pelzer, scoop layup. That's a nice play for Savannah Pelzer. Pelzer with 6, lead is 75-42 for Minnesota Morris. Just a dribble drive by Pelzer, calling her own number and getting to the basket. Lucan looking right side, instead comes back to Bachmeyer on a reversal, making the 2-3 zone move. Bonnie looking in, Powell kicking out, Lucan spinning right side, hard take to the basket, ball's knocked loose, scrambles on for it on the floor. It's spun back to Bachmeyer with a shot clock at 5. Bachmeyer stepping into a double team, kicking out to Lucan, and Lucan is fouled with 2 on the shot clock. Men's play coming up. Viking women about to put this one in the win column and move to 3-0 on the season. And still looking for J.C. Richter to join the team as well. Although I'll tell you what, J.C., play volleyball as long as you can. That means we're winning. Ball to Delaney Cotton, into Powell, turn, fall away, trickles in and scores. Nice play for Delaney Cotton, finding that assist inside. And Ellie Powell with her first scoring tonight. Every Viking that has been active tonight has scored. 77-42. Valley City State by 33. Stockington will turn it back out left side. Pelzer all day on a 3. Misses off the heel of the rim. Ellie Powell comes down with a rebound. Shot clock's off, and the Vikings don't have to do any more. Great night tonight for Valley City State. This is a step up in competition from what they saw this last weekend from Providence University College. And the Vikings passed some tests. 20 tonight for Tiana Schwinghammer, and she scored 17 of her 20 in the interior quarters. 15 for Olivia Backus, a host of support. The Vikings force over 30 turnovers. They hit the offensive glass hard, and the Vikings win it. Your final score from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight, the Viking women 77 and Minnesota Morris 42. We'll come back with a brief post-game report and get ready for the men's half of our doubleheader in just a couple of moments, so stay with us. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. The voice of the Valley, the voice of the Vikings, KOVC, NewsDakota.com. We come back with our post-game report in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. The Viking women celebrating a 77-42 win tonight. The Viking women will improve to 3-0. Still no record for the University of Minnesota Morris. This was an exhibition for the Cougars tonight. But the Vikings take control of the game in the second quarter. Tiana Schwinghammer with 20 points, 17 in the second and third. And the Vikings forced 31 turnovers tonight and grabbed 19 offensive rebounds, out-rebounding Minnesota Morris 43-24. In the effort. Tonight, the Vikings end up shooting 42% from the field, and keep in mind, they shot 15% in the first quarter this evening. Again, outboard UM Morris, 43-34, 19-12 on the offensive glass. The Vikings did commit 16 turnovers, but forced 31 tonight. And the Vikings took 18 more shots this evening than Minnesota Morris did. Couple of big performances. Tiana Schwinghammer, 20 points tonight, 4 rebounds. Olivia Backus with 15 points this evening. Ellie Broughton, 8 points, didn't play the fourth quarter. She had 8 points and 5 rebounds and didn't play the fourth quarter due to foul trouble tonight. The Vikings got 9 from Delaney Cotton, which was a nice effort off the bench for Delaney this evening. Madison Spacier, 6 points. Aubrey Prunty with just 3 this evening, played sparingly tonight. Abias Leeson with 2, also sparingly. Sophie Bachmeyer scored 2 late tonight. Also buckets for Hadley Bonney, Ellie Powell, and Tilda Maritzen this evening for the Vikings. University of Minnesota Morris, no one with more than 7. Itzel Salazar had 7 to lead the way tonight for Morris. Maddie Grove finishes with 6. Claire Stark had 6. And Savannah Pelzer with 6 tonight as well. Anna Myers with 4. Gabby Rant had 2. Also tonight we see Shelby Mortensen with 2. And Reese Wasink with 2. Taylor Johnson with 2 points as well. But again, a tough night holding on to the basketball for Minnesota Morris. The Vikings win it by a final score of 77-42. The Viking men are coming up next. For those of you on the video side of things, you will see the floor and see the clock. You'll know when we're coming back. We'll be back in just a bit. For those of you on the radio side of things, we will bring you our regular programming and get you ready for half number 2 of our doubleheader in just a bit. We thank you for joining us. Derek, our videographer this evening. I'm Ryan Cunningham. So long for a bit. The Vikings win game 1, and game 2 is on the way next.
Experience the thrill. Feel the passion. And join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome you to game number 2 of our doubleheader for Viking basketball tonight here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Tonight, it's game 2 between the Vikings and Minnesota Morris. It will be the men's matchup here tonight. The Viking men debuting for 2025-26, and they will be debuting with a host of new players in the lineup. Valley City State graduating their top 6 scorers from a year ago, and graduating what turned out to be a grand total of 63.8 points per game a year ago. And so this Viking team is completely new with just a couple of holdovers that came back. Caden Grindy, the name that you probably recognize the most from a year ago or the last few years playing on the regular, and Sam Coppervig, who's got Valley City roots, coming in the second half of the season last year and having some big games after he got the opportunity to come in and really make some contributions on the team. And outside of those two and Nick Carlson, boy, that's it for this Viking basketball team coming back. So they will be completely new than they were a year ago. But that doesn't mean there aren't bright spots. There are some big bright spots that are coming back on this basketball team, or I should say coming to this basketball team, that Ryan Montgomery, the head coach of the Vikings, is very excited about. As far as the University of Minnesota Morris, they graduated Paul Dock from a year ago, who led them in scoring, but they bring back a handful of very good players that we saw in this matchup last year. Carbon Fish, 10.3 points, 7.1 rebounds per game, their most solid player coming back. Gustav Gunderson averaging 7 a game last year. Brian LaRock Jr. averaging 6. This is a capable Minnesota Morris basketball team that's coming into the matchup tonight. And from what we're told, both of these teams will count this as a regular game. Minnesota Morris will not use this as an exhibition as the women did, so this will be a start to their season, and the Vikings are looking to start their season as well. So it's Minnesota Morris and Valley City State University in the second half of our doubleheader that we have for you in Viking basketball tonight. We're going to take a break in our Sanford Health Valley City pregame report with our pregame show brought to you tonight by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. And when we continue, we'll take a look at the preseason rankings for the men inside the Frontier Conference. That's on the way in a moment, so do stay with us. Viking basketball continues next on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight. Valley City State and the University of Minnesota Morris set to do battle this evening here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Men's half of the doubleheader after the Viking women were victorious tonight, 77-42 over the University of Minnesota Morris this evening. And with that, we'll see the Vikings getting ready to kick things off in men's play here tonight. So what does it look like coming into the start of the season? Well, pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City. Let's take a look at those conference rankings that we have for you coming into the upcoming season. And again, new league, the Frontier Conference, brand new to us, certainly not brand new, but nonetheless brand new to us. And so trying to figure out where we're going to fit into those types of situations, well, that'll be a bit of a challenge that we have for you coming into tonight. But we can tell you that Montana Tech is the only team in the country or in the conference right now that's getting any recognition as far as the national side of things is concerned. Those of you on the video side, you can see that. For those of you on the radio side, the only team receiving votes or ranked is Montana Tech. And right now, they are ranked 11th in the country, and that's it. So that's a little disappointing to see get started here tonight. You wanted to see, coming into this league, you wanted to see it, obviously a highly ranked league or at least a highly respected league. And right now it seems like the league's going to have some work to do to try to find itself into the respect categories. That first poll did not go as well as perhaps those in the Frontier Conference would like it to go. Carroll College was ranked second as far as the coaches are concerned. For those of you that are looking at on the video side this evening, these are organized again in the order as the teams were ranked by the coaches in the preseason poll. So Montana Tech, Carroll College, and Montana Western ranked as the top three teams in the conference, followed by the University of Providence, Dickinson State, and Rocky Mountain. Bellevue rounds it out, but Dickinson State, the highest ranked team to come over from the North Star, and Bellevue currently actually in the top half, or I should say the top of the second half, my apologies. Rocky Mountain ranked 6th, Bellevue's ranked 7th, Mayville State ranked 8th, Dakota State was ranked 9th, Montana State Northern 10th. The Vikings are ranked 11 out of 12, just ahead of Bismarck State College, who comes in as the number 12 ranked team. And with all the vacancies that the Vikings have to fill, you can understand why the Vikings would be in that situation coming into tonight. Now, as far as our starting lineups for tonight's matchup, let's take a look at those. First of all, for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Cougars of the University of Minnesota Morris this evening. Starting guards tonight will be Caden Pieper, 6'5 junior from Belgrade, Minnesota. And also our guard, Jace Nelson, a 6'2 junior from Poplar, Wisconsin. Thomas Kiernan will start at guard tonight as well, 6-foot senior from Morris, Minnesota. The forwards, Carvin Fish, 6'7 sophomore from Sisseton, South Dakota, and Matt Thompson, a 6'7 junior from Cyrus, Minnesota. The head coach of the Cougars is Paul Grove. For the Vikings tonight, J.R. Sisson gets a start, a 5'11 senior from Lake Zurich, Illinois. Caleb Larson a start tonight, 6'4 senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. Caden Grindy will get a start at the guard tonight, 6'4 senior from Spring Grove, Minnesota. Starting tonight will be Joel Nelson, a 6'6 freshman from Devils Lake, North Dakota. And Logan Deal will get a start tonight as well, a 6'6 junior from Smithfield, Utah. Ryan Montgomery is in his 10th season as the head coach of Valley City State. Those will be our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. And again, a host of new Vikings that are out there tonight. Some of the highlights, obviously Joel Nelson getting a chance to start this evening as a freshman. You come into the Viking program, and the Viking program really sort of runs itself on junior college transfers. They do a lot of that's one of the reasons why the Vikings are missing so many points from years ago, is that the junior college level has been really the way the Vikings have gone about recruiting what they're going to be. And there's been a lot of turnover the last couple of years, because when you're doing that, you're bringing in seniors and that kind of thing. And so it's been hard to keep a consistent lineup in that regard. So when you come in as a freshman and you crack yourself into the starting five, you're doing something right. And Joel Nelson has done that for Valley City, or rather for Devils Lake has done it for Valley City State. Carvin Fish will take the jump against Caden Grindy. The Cougars are in maroon with gold. The Vikings are in cream with cardinal. And the opening tap is controlled by Minnesota Morris in the form of Thomas Tiernan. A drive off the left side for Jace Nelson. Back out to the wing. Matt Thompson with a jump shot that misses. And a rebound goes loose, but it's picked up by the Vikings. Logan Deal comes up with it. Vikings into the front court. Kick out. There's Nelson, right corner three. Hits it. Joel Nelson puts the Vikings on the board. The freshman comes up with a big three-point shot for Valley City State. Now the Vikings try to corral with some pressure in the back court and a loose basketball. Morris in some trouble, but they get away from it, and Thompson will go to the basket and puts one down with a two-hand flush. Matt Thompson hard to the rack after breaking the pressure. A three left side of the floor by Caleb Larson rims in and out. Rebound knocked loose. Grindy came out of there with the basketball, and a foul will be called, and the Vikings will keep possession. Boy, just 46 seconds into this matchup, and we've had some fireworks already. Matt Thompson picks up his first personal foul for the University of Minnesota Morris. 3-2. Vikings 1 point lead. Inbounds pass comes in left corner for Caleb Larson for the Vikings. Larson to stop, looking at Caden Grindy on the top of the key. Reversal off to the right side. J.R. Sisson drives his way in the lane, took a big bump and a foul coming up. Jace Nelson will be called for that for Minnesota Morris after J.R. Sisson got sent backwards. Sisson, a senior from Lake Zurich, Illinois. The Vikings pretty high on this guy. Now, again, 5'11", comes in at a guard spot, but the Vikings love those guards that can penetrate and score. Lamar Grayson, a huge part of that. He was the leading scorer for the Vikings a year ago. Logan Deal hands the ball to Sisson. A stop on the right elbow. They look back down low to Deal in a little bit of a high-low game, and ball ends up knocked out of bounds by the Cougars. It'll stay Viking basketball on the near side of the floor. And Joel Nelson will step across the near sideline and inbound the ball. Nelson turning it back out to J.R. Sisson for the Vikings. Sisson driving with the left hand, a kick out left corner. Grindy a catch and shoot three. That comes up short, and a rebound struggle again over the top. Thompson has it for Minnesota Morris into a 3-on-1. Fish looks up the floor, found Caden Pieper. He'll score, and Minnesota Morris will take the lead. Caden Pieper with his first two, and it's 4-3 in favor of the Cougars. J.R. Sisson for the Vikings, handing off to the top of the key, finding Deal. Back to Sisson, into the corner for Caden Grindy. Grindy a stop, back top of the key. Sisson tried to step his way right, crossover dribble to his left. Grindy again, top of the key, long look at the basket. Drive on the right side by Caleb Larson, got to the basket and scores. Caleb Larson goes in strong and makes it a 5-4 lead for Valley City State. We played just under 2 minutes in the opening half with the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Ball right side of the floor. Thomas Tiernan hard take into the basket. Carvin Fish rescues a loose basketball. Kicks out to Jace Nelson, and the three is off the heel. Ball deflected loose. It rolls on the floor. Sisson gets into a scrum for the basketball. Goes loose in the sideline for Caden Pieper. Pieper hard take to the rack that's challenged and missed. Joel Nelson the rebound into a 4-on-4. Nelson wants to run. Leaves it away to Caden Grindy on the left side of the floor. Grindy taking a look in, comes back right side for Sisson on a court-wide pass. Sisson will pull the trigger off the dribble for three. It's off the heel of the rim. Thompson has the rebound for Minnesota Morris. 5-4, Vikings by one. We played 2.5 minutes of the opening quarter. Step up to the top of the key for Pieper for Minnesota Morris. He'll hand for Thompson. Thompson handing off left side. Jace Nelson back to Matt Thompson, left corner, and a travel coming up out of the corner. Sisson came over to challenge him. Vikings force a turnover, get the basketball back. Good crowd here tonight. Boisterous crowd Tuesday night, non-conference game, but good to see some bodies here tonight for Valley City State. Sisson front court for the Vikings. He'll hand left side to Logan Deal coming out of the post for the basketball. Sisson right corner to Grindy. Back into Deal. Backing down Thompson. Got tripped up as he made a turn to his right hand. Rescues a loose basketball on the floor. Fights it back to Grindy. Sisson's open for a three from the top of the key. That's short. Carvin Fish comes down with the rebound from Morris, and a foul coming up against the Vikings. See where this foul will go. Well, we don't have a 41. Let's see where this is going to go here for the Vikings. Yeah, 42. Logan Deal will pick it up. That'll be his first personal. And the Vikings go back into pressure defense. This has been an aggressive Viking defense to start the night tonight. Inbounds pass right side, picked up and sent back to Caden Pieper, who inbounded the basketball. Pieper will beat the trap, dribbling to his left, finds Jace Nelson, the left wing, back to Pieper, and the Vikings will pick up the Cougars man-to-man. Hard take by Pieper right down the heart of the lane. He'll score on a finger roll over the front of the rim, and it's 6-5 Morris by one. Ball top of the key for Caden Larson for the Vikings, rather Caleb Larson. Deal on the top, looking left side. Joel Nelson hit a three to start the matchup. He puts the ball on the floor and ends up being trapped, but Morris can't rescue it before it goes out of bounds, and it will be Viking basketball up front. And the Vikings will make a line change of their own. Enter Sam Coppervig. Comes in wearing number 10 this season. Coppervig, a sophomore out of Castleton at 6'2". And we'll also see number 25, Alex Lester, another freshman at 6'8" from Cake, Alaska, that steps onto the floor. Nick Carlson, senior out of West Fargo, one of the lone returners for the Vikings. And Taylor Bryant Fry will come in as well, 6'3" junior from Stockton, California, to complete the changes for the Vikings. Coppervig will inbound the basketball to Lester. Coppervig brings it back out. Carlson, Grindy, looking down to Lester. Matt Thompson stepped over the top, denied that, comes up with the takeaway, and the Cougars have possession of the basketball. Tiernan up front after the takeaway for the Cougars. Off to Thompson, looking right corner. Head fake there by Caden Pieper. He'll step out in the wing, takes a three, and hits it. And Caden Pieper has 7 of Minnesota Morris's 9 points in the first 4 minutes of the game. And it's 9-5. The Vikings find themselves down by a 4-point margin. Grindy in the post has the ball slapped loose. It'll be Viking basketball. Goes across on the far side of the floor. And we'll see Yang Doc, a 6'6" sophomore from Lincoln, Nebraska, coming into the matchup. For Minnesota Morris, he'll take Matt Thompson out of the game, who had a good run in his first shift. Nick Carlson will inbound for the Vikings. Carlson taking a look. Coppervig comes out to get the basketball, rolling towards the right side of the floor with the dribble. He'll be defended on the top by Leroy Staples Fairbanks, a senior from Cass Lake, Minnesota, that comes out to pick him up. Coppervig left side, Grindy, a deep three from the wing, nibbles off the front of the rim. It won't fall, and Fairbanks picks up the basketball for Minnesota Morris. Off near side for Thomas Tiernan. The Vikings still employing some trap in the backcourt. Staples Fairbanks gets loose. Tiernan driving left side, stops on the block, turns back to Staples Fairbanks. On top, Pieper, a look from the top of the key, reversing towards the right elbow, finding his way to Carvin Fish. Turnaround follow away for Fish on the baseline. He hits his first 2. 11-5, the Cougars take a 6-point lead now over the Vikings. Grindy to Sam Coppervig on the top of the key. Coppervig taking a look towards the right. Carlson curls in the lane. 3 on the way by Fry. Taylor Brandt Fry drills a deep 3 for the Vikings. And Valley City State is back within 3 at 11-8. Coppervig holding up the basketball in the backcourt. It goes loose to Pieper. Minnesota Morris will bring it across. Pieper jump stopping in the lane. Kick out right side. 3 on the way off that right side by Tiernan. That won't fall. Yang Doc with a rebound, and Sam Coppervig reaching in behind to strip up the basketball. It's going to be called for some body. And that's going to bring us to the media stoppage as Coppervig will pick up his first. We have a timeout for media with 14:36 to play here in the opening half of basketball. Minnesota Morris with the lead in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, 11-8 over the Vikings. We're back with more Viking basketball here on NewsDakota.com, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and the Voice of the Valley. The Voice of the Vikings, KOVC next.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Timeout for media with 14:36 to play opening half. The Vikings trailing Minnesota Morris by a score of 11-8 in the early going. And Thomas Tiernan will inbound for the Cougars following the media stoppage. Ball comes into Carvin Fish on the left wing. He's going to body up with Lester. A little follow-away teardrop that misses. And the ball brought down by Nick Carlson for Valley City State on the rebound. Vikings up front, Coppervig looking to Bryant Fry. A stop on the foul line. Grindy inside to Carlson on the left block. Carlson turning his way in, ball knocked away from behind. It'll be off of Morris as it heads out of bounds, and will stay with the Vikings. The Vikings have not had a tremendously good look in the post as of yet. Been forced to a couple of threes. They've had some position inside. Bryant Fry catch and shoot out the inbounds pass for three. That's missed. Long rebound to the perimeter after Young Doc couldn't secure it. And Nick Carlson run it down for the Vikings. Coppervig working right side to stop with the basketball. Looking back, left wing finding Carlson. He'll take it on the handoff. Now Coppervig with a left-hand dribble pulls up from the foul line. That's off the heel of the rim. Lester, the offensive rebound putback. That's too strong. Carlson and no board falling away. He'll finish. First two tonight for Nick Carlson. And the Vikings, who were down 6, close the gap to 11-10 with 13:44 to play in the opening half. Carvin Fish for Minnesota Morris. Handing off to the near side of the floor for Staples Fairbanks. Young Doc on the near side. Back to Leroy Staples Fairbanks. Pieper working with the left-hand dribble. A stop in the elbow. Young Doc inside. Got Carlson up and over the top. Carlson actually jumped all the way over Young Doc. That could have been bad if Young Doc comes up to finish that layup. You're going to see Carlson, or rather Caden Grindy, undercut inside. Grindy's going to pick up the foul. Number 3 on the Vikings tonight. And some changes here as Minnesota Morris will bring in Johnny Tong, 5'11", first-year player out of Rochester, Minnesota. Caden Grindy will step off the floor for the Vikings. And we'll see Joel Nelson coming back into the matchup for Valley City State. Off the right side, a 3 off the right wing by Caden Pieper. From the inbounds play, Pieper has 10 of their 14, and the lead is 14-10. Minnesota Morris goes back up by 2 possessions. 13:15 to play of the opening half. Coppervig looking. Joel Nelson comes out to grab the basketball. Nelson will look in. Carlson going through, but the ball goes back to Coppervig. Lester back to Nelson. Spin move between a couple of players. Lost the basketball, ends up out of bounds off of Morris. I'll tell you what, that's an instinctful type of play by Joel Nelson to spin his way through a pair of defenders. And as he catches up to the speed of the college game, he's going to make that play. And this kid in the early going has shown us a couple of things that you think he's going to be a pretty special type of player. Inbounds pass, Brian Fry, left corner 3, trickles around, won't fall. A finish coming up from Lester. Second effort, count it 1. Alex Lester gets inside on an offensive rebound, scores, and will go to the foul line. Alex Lester, freshman out of Akeley, Minnesota. So this is another freshman on the team for the Vikings. You've got Lester and Nelson, both freshmen, playing at the same time here, and Valley City State hasn't had a lot of freshmen that have cracked the lineup as of late. Second, or the bonus foul shot won't go, but it's a little different look for Valley City State right now. Vikings back within 2 at 14-12. Ball left side of the floor, taken up there by Staples Fairbanks. He'll go hard to the rack, and a foul coming up as Staples Fairbanks is turned away from the basket. Foul's going to go against Taylor Brant Fry. Number 4 on Brant Fry, or rather number 1, I apologize, number 4 on the team for the Vikings. And we'll see Staples Fairbanks at the foul line for Minnesota Morris. Number 1 is on the way and good. Couple of changes from years gone by. Number 1, we're playing with the full set of media timeouts now that's warranted by the Frontier Conference, which means dead ball stops after 15, 10, and 5 will all result in media timeouts. And the teams have 4 timeouts to use rather than 5 or 6 throughout the course of the year. But 5 is usually what we've seen. Ball knocked out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Vikings after a post-entry pass to Lester. The second part of this, for those of you that are Vikings fans that are viewing tonight, you're seeing the Vikings go towards the entrance from our left to right to start the game. And they'll finish going the opposite way. That's because the benches have been moved across the gymnasium this year. So they flip sides, and they finish in front of the other basket now. Coppervig on the top of the key, working right side. Carlson, a mid-range jump shot, hits it. Nick Carlson from 15 feet. Lead cut to 2 at 16-14. Vikings on top, rather down by 2. Jace Nelson looking up the floor, trying to find Young Doc. The ball's on the floor. There's a scramble for it. This is going to turn into a jump ball. Arrow's going to favor the Vikings, and they'll return some starters. Logan Deal, Caden Grindy, J.R. Sisson back in. We'll see Caleb Larson return as well. And the lone man that stays on the floor, Joel Nelson, this freshman on the Devil's Lake that has been very good so far tonight. Nelson has it against Young Doc. A stop, bounce pass handing to Logan Deal. Deal will reverse back top of the key. Sisson out of the flex motion. Back to Nelson. He'll pull the trigger for three off the window. Rebound deflected out to the perimeter. Young Doc has it, and Joel Nelson will be hit with a foul. Number 1 on Nelson, number 5 on the Vikings. So one more for the Vikings to give. And the Cougars will be shooting the penalty, and that's a bit of a tough spot right now for both teams. The Cougars have committed 4. And Minnesota Morris will make a change. They had Matt Thompson on the floor briefly. Now Carvin Fish will come in to replace him. And the Cougars will inbound the basketball. Staples Fairbanks will play it in. And Johnny Tong has it for Minnesota Morris. Tong coming back to Staples Fairbanks on the right side of the floor. He's up top, coming back to Tong on the right side. Carvin Fish bluffing a screen. Tong back to the basket, stepping in, looks underneath. A turn and a kick out. 3 on the way by Yang Doc is off the backboard. I don't believe that. Well, it did draw iron. My apologies. And a follow-up for Johnny Tong going back to the basket. He'll score the scoop layup. The Vikings are back down by 4 at 18-14 as they surrender an offensive rebound. Sisson driving into the front court for the Vikings. A step back 3, good. That's a highlight type play. That got the crowd going. J.R. Sisson with a huge stop defensively, broke some ankles, and then comes up with a 3. Let's take a look at it on our replay that you have here. This is Sisson taking the ball in the back court, and the crowd's loving this. The stop just got his man to fall backwards, and then he steps back and hits the 3, and that's why the crowd loved it. Now the Vikings force a turnover. Grindy with a steal. Ball back to Sisson on the top of the key. Off to the right, this is Larson for 3. That one rolls off the front. Rebound corralled underneath. Nelson had it, but ripped out of his hands by Carvin Fish. A kick out to the right, Johnny Tong for Minnesota Morris. Tong, a spin move off the jump stop, has the ball roll out of bounds, and this goes back to Valley City State. The Vikings have got a boisterous bunch of students in the arena tonight on our left. They on a Tuesday night for basketball. The Viking student body has come out for this one, 18-17. The Vikings back within 1. Logan Deal looking off on top. Sisson for 3 again, hit it. J.R. Sisson dials up another 3, and the Vikings take a 2-point lead at 20-18. Halfway through the opening half, and Staples Fairbanks with a head fake against Caden Grindy. A stop, right side, 3 on the way off the wing. That's off the heel of the rim for Johnny Tong. The Vikings with a rebound, but an airmail pass by Caleb Larson. Looking up the floor, trying to hit Grindy in the fast break. They got greedy, and Minnesota Morris will get it back. Pieper and Thompson are back in for the Cougars. Young Doc will step off the floor, as will Staples Fairbanks, and Minnesota Morris will have the basketball. Inbounds play will come in from Caden Pieper, who has 10 of the Cougars' 18 points so far tonight. Inbounds pass comes off to Thomas Tiernan for Minnesota Morris. Tiernan in the backcourt, hit by a trap, working off right side. Got the ball into the hands of Jace Nelson, back to Tiernan. Tiernan will stop, finding Caden Pieper. Pieper between the legs dribble on Sisson, drives in, offensive, no blocking foul coming up. Grindy tried to take the charge. Grimaces, as this is called a block, doesn't know what he did. Foul's going to go against Caden Grindy. That'll be his second. And the Vikings have now committed 6, and Ryan Montgomery wants an explanation. And they're going to say this is on the shot as well, which means Caden Pieper goes to the foul line for Minnesota Morris. First of 2 is off the heel and off the front of the rim, and no good. Vikings lead 20-18 with 10:04 to play in the opening half. A slow start for the Vikings offensively tonight, but J.R. Sisson has hit a pair of 3s in short succession to give the Vikings the lead. Second foul shot won't fall, but Matt Thompson comes up with an offensive rebound for Minnesota Morris, and this time another blocking foul. Well, this one's inside the semi-arc. That's one you got to know. Logan Deal will be called for that, and that should take us to the stoppage before the foul shots. I'm not sure if they'll rule if this was on the act of shooting. It looks like they will. And Caden Pieper is about to find himself at the foul line for Minnesota Morris. Logan Deal grimacing, but in the situation that he's in where the semi-arc is in there, the arc is in there, can't take a charge in there. And we'll see a timeout for media before the foul shots. So we have a media timeout with 9:58 to play opening half. The Vikings lead the Cougars by 2, 20-18. More Viking basketball as we continue next on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, NewsDakota.com, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Timeout for media with Minnesota Morris about to go to the foul line, 20-18. The Vikings leading by 2 over the Cougars tonight. And Caden Pieper finds himself back at the line. He's now knocked down 1 of 3 tonight. He's got 11. And the Vikings have their lead cut to 1. At the media stoppage, 40% shooting for the Vikings, 50% shooting for Minnesota Morris. Second foul shot in and out. 1 of 4 now from the line for Caden Pieper, and the Vikings lead by 1. We'll get more media timeout numbers coming up. J.R. Sisson up the floor for the Vikings. Looking left side, Lester back to Sisson. Little 2-3 zone here for Minnesota Morris. Sisson driving inside it, kicking to Joel Nelson. 3 on the way, rolls off. Another battle for the rebound, and it's ripped down by Carvin Fish for Minnesota Morris. And a foul coming in with the backcourt as Joel Nelson picks up his second, and that's going to put Morris on the foul line. Well, the Vikings will have to play smart now. With the 8th team foul already, 9:36 to go here in the opening half, and the Cougars already in the penalty. So if you're at the Harvard of the Midwest, you've got to know that now you got to play that smart level of basketball that comes along with that smart level of basketball. Foul shot is on the way, and it's good for Minnesota Morris, coming in the form of Jace Nelson. That ties it up at 20 apiece. Nelson at the line trying to make it a 21-20 advantage. That one's off the heel, and Morris is having a tough night from the foul line. Rebound to Alex Lester. The Vikings into the front court. We're dead even at 20 each. On the top, Sisson. Foul line, pull-up jump shot. Missed it. And the rebound taken up Caden Pieper for Minnesota Morris. He's hit with some pressure in the backcourt. Dribbles out of it. Drifts off towards the near side. Pieper a drive. Kick out. 3 on the way from Nelson. That's strong. Rebound pulled down on the weak side of the floor by Jace Nelson. Jace Nelson. The pull-up jump shot by Caden Pieper will score. That will give him 13 of Morris's 22. Lead back to Morris at 22-20. Ball top of the key, Caleb Larson for the Vikings. Alex Lester looking back to the near side. Sisson stepping off a screen. Nick Carlson the left side for the Vikings. Carlson a stop, working back near side of the floor. Joel Nelson for the Vikings. Cutting, wrapping, Carlson, pull-up, missed it. Had a little bunny on the right side of the baseline and couldn't knock that one down. And Minnesota Morris comes up with a rebound. They lead by 2 and they're back up front. Matt Thompson for the Cougars down to Carvin Fish. Reverse layup. He'll score it. Carvin Fish breaks down the Viking defense. They had a 3-on-2 look. Did Minnesota Morris as the Vikings were a bit tardy coming back into the backcourt. And the Vikings now trail by 4 at 24-20. Ball inside, picked up there by Alex Lester, and we'll see a whistle and a travel by Nick Carlson off the perimeter. Another turnover by the Vikings. Third quarter, actually I should say media stoppage numbers that we had out there. 12 rebounds for the Cougars, 9 for the Vikings, 5 offensive rebounds for the Vikings. Vikings 4 of 13 from the three-point line. The Cougars just 2 of 6 at the time of the media stoppage. Ball on the top of the key for Minnesota Morris. Matt Thompson, deep 3 is off the front of the rim. Lester trying to pull down a one-handed rebound inside against Carvin Fish, and he found his way to it. Sisson back up front for Valley City State. Sisson stepping towards the left. Kicks it out to Caleb Larson for Valley City State. Larson up to the foul line, backtracks to the dribble. Lester off the right wing, back to Larson. Deep 3, comes up short. Rebound deflected in the lane, and it's pulled away by Jace Nelson. Here comes Minnesota Morris. Nelson in transition, fouled by Caleb Larson. And this will give Morris a chance to go to the line for as many as a 6-point lead. Ryan Montgomery asking more about that call as well. Kind of all depends. If you go up and down, that's one thing, but if your body's moving laterally and you make some contact, that's going to be a little bit of trouble, and that might have been the case there. Nelson shooting 2. The first one's no good. In the meantime, this is an ugly night for Minnesota Morris from the foul line. I mean, an ugly night for Minnesota Morris from the foul line at this point. Right now, 4 of 8, now 5 of 9 from the foul line this evening for Minnesota Morris. Jace Nelson knocks down the back end. The lead is 5 for Minnesota Morris at 25-20. The Vikings with Alex Lester on the top of the key. Nick Carlson stepping his way into the lane. Turns it back to Caleb Larson. Larson trying to step away from some pressure. Back to the basket, turning right, hard take, muscles through, finger roll. Caleb Larson got it. Boy, that's a lot of contact. Caleb Larson having to work pretty hard inside to come up with that bucket. The Vikings go back into some trapping pressure. Caleb Pieper will beat it with a dribble, drives his way to the basket, and misses a short try over the rim. Rebound to Joel Larson for Valley City State. Caleb Larson taking a look. Joel Nelson, my apologies. Nelson inside, follow away with the left hand. He's got it. Joel Nelson with 5. Vikings quickly back within 1 at 25-24 on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard. We have 6:40 to play in the opening half. Ball top of the key for Pieper. Caden Pieper trying to reverse back. Matthew Thompson out to Tiernan. His three-point chance is off the front of the rim. Carlson has the rebound. The Vikings back into the front court. Sisson working with the dribble behind the back. Left his defender alone from the foul line. The pull-up jumper is good. Sisson scores, and a timeout will be taken by Minnesota Morris as the Vikings go on a 6-0 run. 6:20 to play opening half, and your score on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard is 26-25 in favor of Valley City State. We'll come back with more in a couple of moments. We'll take a timeout. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Timeout taken by the University of Minnesota Morris. The Vikings go on a 6-0 run. Sisson with a bucket. Bucket for Nick Carlson in that sequence. Joel Nelson with one as well. And the Vikings reclaim a 1-point lead over Minnesota Morris by a score of 26-25 on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard tonight. And the Cougars will inbound the basketball. Caden Pieper, who's had a nice night. 13 of the Cougars' 25 points coming from Caden Pieper. And the Vikings will make a change or 2 off of the timeout as well. Nez Chahadi, a 6'3 junior from Springs, Florida, will come in for the first time tonight for Valley City State. Pieper trying to drive his way inside. Ball gets knocked loose. Pieper had it, then lost the ball out of bounds, and this will stay Minnesota Morris basketball. This Nez Chahadi is a cool guy. I had a chance to meet him at one of the captain's practices. He actually offered to carry some of the video gear up to the media row for me. I mean, that's a heck of a guy. Just the first time I was here as a captain's practice, it was for a volleyball matchup, and the guys were in here, and it's like, hey, you need some help with that? And he ended up picking up a couple of bags, and I'm like, hey, man, I appreciate that. I'm old. You're not. If you can do the work, I'll take it, right? Ball on the right side of the floor, Caden Pieper looking down to the corner, back out to Pieper. 3 on the way, he daggers it. Caden Pieper with his 16th point tonight, and the Vikings are back down 2 by a score of 28-26. Chahadi taking a look for Caden Grindy. Grindy's got it back to Chahadi on the left-hand side. He works back to the right, got jumped out on top, ball knocked loose. Thompson's got it, releases to Pieper. Pieper goes up the floor with a reverse layup, scores again. Caden Pieper is just cutting up the Vikings. The lead is back to 4 for Minnesota Morris at 30-26. Chahadi on the top of the key. We'll see the ball coming out to Caden Grindy on the near side of the floor. Grindy taking a look, handing off to Chahadi. Kick out, Coppervig, a very deep 3. It's off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected out of bounds off of Carvin Fish, and it will stay Viking basketball. Some changes made here for the Cougars. We'll see Ian Fahey, a 6'7" sophomore out of Pelican Rapids, for the first time. Staples Fairbanks comes back into the game. Yang Doc and also Johnny Tong will return. Inbounds pass from Chahati. Gave it to Lester, works his way inside, pulls up, misses that one short. And the rebound to Staples Fairbanks for Minnesota Morris. Cougars back into the front court. Fahey with the basketball, working off right side, finding Jace Nelson. Nelson a stop, down to the corner. Johnny Tong takes a look in for Fahey in the block against Grindy. Grindy jumps the route inside, then deflects the basketball, but ends up rolling out of bounds. Let's go back to our instant replay here. We'll show you this muscle-up play that you've got for Caleb Larson. This is just a heck of a play. Larson is a guard, going hard. Took about 3 different bodies in that stretch to get down low and knock down the shot. Things are going well for the Vikings back then, and right now we see things slowing down a bit as the Cougars have taken a 30-26 lead, and we'll have a stoppage for media with 4:48 to play in the opening half. It's the Cougars 30, the Vikings 26 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout on the floor. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Timeout for media. Out of the timeout, Minnesota Morris with possession of the basketball. They lead 30-26 over Valley City State. Debut for the Viking men and the Cougar men this year. Yang Doc looking off to the right side. Staples Fairbanks stepping in. That'll be a travel. He tried to go Euro and took one too many steps. And the Vikings will get the basketball back. So Valley City State will get it back. Inbounds pass comes in from beyond the baseline. Caden Grindy looking up the floor to Bryant Fry. Transfer out of Stockton, California, hit a 3 earlier. Alex Lester on top, into Grindy, goes hard up against the defender. Has a shot missed and a rebound foul. And I think they're gonna get Caden Grindy on the back of Ian Fahey. Let's see what we got here. Well, they've got 25 up right now. They're actually gonna get Alex Lester for his first personal foul. But that'll be the 10th against the Vikings, so the double penalty now for Minnesota Morris, and that means Ian Fahey will go to the foul line and have an opportunity to push the lead to 6. Vikings trailing by 4 right now. The Cougars have found a way, only 4 fouls here in the early going. Fahey's first is on the way and good. Ian Fahey, one of their top returners from a year ago, 4.3 points per game. That was 5th as far as players coming back. Logan Dean, a junior out of Smithfield, Utah, comes into the matchup. Was a starter tonight for the Vikings. Second for Fahey is good. And the Vikings are down by a half dozen now at 32-26. Brian Fry out on top, finding the basketball off to the top of the key. It's Logan Dean with it. He comes back towards the right for Nez Chahati. Kick out for 3 on the right side by Brian Fry. That won't work. Yang Doc comes down with the basketball. Doc trying to drive in transition. High bank shot that's missed, and a foul coming up on the rebound as Yang Doc is on the back. Yang Doc with his first personal foul. And the Vikings will get the basketball back with the clock down to 3:54 to play. J.R. Sisson returns, senior out of Lake Zurich, Illinois. And Caden Larson, or rather Caleb Larson, will come back in. Caleb Larson coming to Valley City after a few years, obviously a senior, transferring in for Valley City, straight out of the EDC. Great product out of the Eastern Dakota Conference. one of a few that the Vikings have on this team. Logan Deal on the top of the key for the Vikings. Looking off top of the key, Sisson wanted screen and roll, wasn't there. Comes back to Larson for a deep three, and he hits it. That's a play that's straight out of the EDC. Caleb Larson knocks down his 7th, and the Vikings cut the lead in half. It's 32-29, Minnesota Morris. Staples Fairbanks trying to pick his way through traffic, goes to the basket, maybe got away with the travel. The officials say no. Staples Fairbanks misses a shot, comes down with his own miss, kicks it out to the left, and a drive going into the basket for Lowell Samuel, a 5'10 first-year player out of Burnsville, Minnesota. He hits the teardrop, and the Vikings are back down 5 at 34-29. Logan Deal underneath the Grindy, cutting baseline against Yongdok. Turnaround follow away. Grindy's got it. Caden Grindy teardropping one away on the baseline. Lead cut the 3 at 34-31. Staples Fairbanks on the right. He takes a look, goes into the open floor for Ian Fahey. Now off to the right for Lowell Samuel. Samuel taking a look, back to Fahey, right block, trying to body up with Coppervig. Turns it back to the top of the key. It went loose. Tong was able to run it down. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Tong hard take. Down low, Yongdok the slam. Pretty gradual, pretty gentle slam for Yongdok, but just to give you the idea that he's got the range to do it. Puts it down with 2 hands. The Vikings back down 5, 36-31. Logan Deal on the top of the key. Looking underneath, comes back to the right side for Coppervig. Coppervig looking for Larson, the post. The Vikings trying to post up a guard. Here's Deal for 3, knocks it down. Logan Deal knocks down a 3 for the Vikings. They're beginning to find their range from beyond. Valley City State back within 2 at 36-34, and Grindy will kick a basketball. Nick Carlson comes back into the matchup for the Vikings, replacing Grindy. And the inbounds play will be from Lowell Samuel for Minnesota Morris. Samuel waiting for the near sideline play, and he triggers into Leroy Staples Fairbanks. 2 minutes to go. Staples Fairbanks up top, looking back to the right side. Fahey on the right elbow. Shaking and looking, coming back to Matthew Thompson. Thompson curling his way out on top. Lost handle of the basketball, has it back. Staples Fairbanks near side. Samuel drawing a defender, then threw one away down low. Fahey moving away from the spot. The Vikings will take it with Nick Carlson. Carlson jump stopping his way in the lane, out to Sisson for 3. That's off the front of the rim. Carlson reaches over the top, had his hands on a rebound, couldn't close it. Loose ball up the floor to Johnny Tong. He'll go to the basket and hit. Johnny Tong and a fast break play. Makes it a 4-point game for Tong, and a foul against Eden Fahey coming back as Deal got loose in transition. And the Vikings will find their way at the foul line. Foul will go against Ian Fahey, his first of the day. And this will put Logan Deal on the foul line for Valley City State. Junior out of Smithfield, Utah. And we'll see Fahey going to the foul line or I should say rather, Deal going to the foul line. His first is good. This roster for the Vikings is interesting. California, Illinois, North Dakota, Indiana, Florida, Minnesota, Alaska, Utah, Montana, Colorado, Australia, Washington, Alberta. That would include the red shirts that are on the team as well. There's a handful of those that are here watching tonight. Second foul shot is good for Logan Deal. He's got 5. Vikings back within 2 at 38-36. 1:25 to go opening half. Backcourt, Staples Fairbanks against the Viking pressure. Comes back to the near side for Thomas Tiernan. Now Matthew Thompson near side. Tiernan out of the left corner. Thompson again in the wing, shaking against Carlson. Jump stop in the lane. Off to Samuel in the right corner. He'll cut. Turns it back to Staples Fairbanks. A spin. Off to the top for Tiernan. Into the baseline. Carvin Fish. Hard hammers right into the chest on Deal. Pulls up and misses. Fish got his own miss, and his second effort's good. Carvin Fish with 6, and the Vikings will call for timeout with less than a minute to play in the opening half. We mentioned that we have volleyball coming back, and that's what we have next for you on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Stay tuned for further broadcast details on the radio side coming up this weekend. But the Viking women, the Viking volleyball team, will finish up their season. Friday, they'll take on Bellevue University, ranked 7th in the nation. And on Saturday, Dakota State University, a team that is receiving votes in the national poll. The Vikings could probably use 2 wins to try to gain some national recognition back. You certainly feel like you got to have one. You'd like to split the season 500. The Vikings are 10-10 in the conference, and right now they're guaranteed a top 8 finish, but they can finish anywhere from 5 to 8. They will be on the road in the opening round of the Frontier Conference tournament no matter what happens. They take 8 out of the 12. The Vikings have made the tournament, but obviously top 4 hosts, 5 through 8 travel. Ball on the left side of the floor, Caleb Larson. Larson looking in at Nick Carlson, a stop in the left corner. Carlson shoulder down, curling away from pressure. Larson off a set shot for 3 hits against a double team. Boy, I'll tell you what, we saw that back in the years when Jeff Boschee was playing in the arena as a high school kid. 2 men coming out to defend him. Just talking about a game that he had with Bismarck Century a couple of days where the double team was on him immediately. That was just a couple of days ago. We got into that conversation. That's a big 3. The other way, Staples Fairbanks connects to answer from Minnesota Morris. Lead back to 4 at 43-39. Valley City State back down 4. They have the basketball for what could be the final touch of the half. Sisson, couple of crossovers. Deal will set a screen. Sisson draws a double, kicks out to Coppervig. Nick Carlson has a 3 swatted by Matt Thompson. 2.3 seconds left in the first half. And an inbounds play will come in from Sam Coppervig on the near side of the floor. Coppervig ready, looks underneath, Deal wrapping across, Carlson to the basket, can't get it to go, but a foul is called at the horn. Matt Thompson is called for a foul at the horn. Boy, you hardly ever see that. So Nick Carlson will go to the foul line for Valley City State and will attempt to score at the horn to try to cut the Vikings back to within 2. They're going to put 0.2 of a second back on the clock. I suppose you kind of have to, right? So Nick Carlson will go to the foul line for Valley City State. 4 points tonight. First one's good. They're actually going to put 0.3 of a second on the clock. So now Minnesota Morris will have a chance. And Morris is going to call for timeout here. That's a strange look for the Cougars. I don't know why you'd take one of your timeouts in this situation with 0.3 of a second. Doesn't it seem somewhat like a wasted timeout? I mean, you got 0.3 of a second. I guess if you're Coach Grove, you're reminding your team, get a good block out, make sure you don't give up an offensive rebound. There's just enough time for them to touch and scoop, that kind of thing. I mean, I guess you could do something like that, but it seems like an odd place to take a timeout with 0.3 of a second left and the Vikings shooting foul shots at the end of the half. But we'll see. Nick Carlson will go to the foul line looking for the second of 2. And the Cougars are trying to sub. They've sent Yang Doc to the table. Now that substitution will not be allowed. Carlson, back of the line, his second rolls off the front of the rim, and that'll be the end of the opening half. So a rather unceremonious timeout taken by Minnesota Morris. The Vikings score 40 but give up 43. Minnesota Morris has a 3-point lead at the end of the opening half. Your score at the end of a half of play from Valley City State and the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Cougars 43 and the Vikings 40. We'll come back with our halftime report brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good, and we've got it for you in just a couple of moments. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. And the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula. 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and VCSU Athletics on YouTube tonight. We're at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, first doubleheader of the season, and the Vikings trailing the University of Minnesota Morris by 3 at the break by a score of 43-40. Our halftime report tonight is brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Rambo is your home for promotional products and promotional apparel. If it's time for you to put that logo to work, whether it's for your team or your business, Rambo has you covered. They'll get it done right. They'll get it done the first time. Matt Carlgard's a proud VCSU alum, a former VCSU assistant basketball coach, and he's willing to go to work for you with Rambo. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Well, an interesting half to break down for the Vikings. The Vikings with a lot of pressure defense, but struggled to create turnovers. Morris turned it over 6 times. The Vikings turned it over 5. It wasn't a turnover late in half. Morris out-rebounds the Vikings, 24-16, 7-6 on the offensive glass. Here's where the game turns. Minnesota Morris goes on the road and shoots 53% in the opening half of the Viking gym, 16 of 30. The Vikings were 15 of 37, shot 40.5%, but in the long run, when you're talking about 53.3% from the field, the University of Minnesota Morris going on the road to get that done, that's a big-time result for the Cougars tonight. And the Cougars get a big night in the first half from Caden Pieper, who has 18 first-half points to take the lead by a score of 43-40. Individual numbers, Caden Pieper does lead the way with 18 first-half points tonight. No one else with more than 6. Carvin Fish with 6 for Minnesota Morris. Johnny Tong finishes the first half with 4. Leroy Staples Fairbanks had 5. And then a handful of support buckets. Jace Nelson, a basket. Matt Thompson, a basket. Yang Doc with a basket. Leo Samuel with a basket. And Ian Fahey with a basket as well. The Vikings with 10 points from Caleb Larson, and the three-point shot was a big part of it tonight. The Vikings took 22 threes in the opening half. They hit just 7. Minnesota Morris took 11 three-point shots in the second half and knocked down 4. So the 3 wasn't a high percentage for anybody, but in the long run, the Vikings with 10 points from Caleb Larson leading the way in this one tonight after he knocked down a couple of threes late in the matchup. Outside of that, 8 points for J.R. Sisson. He had a couple of threes in short succession tonight. Joel Nelson with 5. Logan Deal with 5. Nick Carlson with 5. Taylor Bryant Fry hit a 3 off the bench tonight, and Alex Lester had 2 as well. And those are your first half numbers tonight as we continue with our halftime report. Halftime report brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Got Viking volleyball on the way. The Viking football team will be active coming up this weekend as well. What does that look like? We'll talk about that and a couple of highlights from the opening half of Viking men's basketball as we continue. So stay with us. The Vikings trailing by a score of 43-40 at the end of the opening half. We have more Viking basketball on the way next. Stay with us.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to Viking basketball at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight. The Vikings with a 43-40 deficit to try to make up as we make our way a little deeper into the 2025-26 debut for Valley City State. Let's take a look at a couple of the highlights that we had as our halftime report continues. Halftime report brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Early for the Vikings. You see a couple of big things here from some of the newcomers for Valley City State. J.R. Sisson bringing the ball to the front court. Just broke some ankles on that step-back 3 and hit it. That brought the crowd to a ruckus at that point. And then Caleb Larson, one of the new players as well, senior transfer coming in out of West Fargo, muscles his way for a basket. And you've got some physicality in those guards. In talking with Ryan Montgomery, the head coach of the Vikings, before the season started, he said that this year's edition of the Vikings would be perhaps a little bit less athletic than they've been in the past, but with a higher basketball IQ. He seemed to think that that was something that they were going to be able to utilize, and we've seen some of that tonight. They're still very dependent on the outside shot, and so that's a thing that I find interesting at this point, really, is the idea that you still got an outside shot going on where the Vikings really, they love to take the 3. I mean, they will absolutely just take 3-point shots over and over and over and over again. I mean, they really like to fill it up. And it's that new style of basketball where, you know what, a 3-pointer is worth 3. And if you can hit this percentage hitting 3-point shots versus this percentage hitting 2-point shots, well, this is what you do. You take 3s. That's just what you do at this point, right? So that's the way that it's gone. And that's a staple of Ryan Montgomery's game plan. And the Vikings continue to use it. Viking football coming up this week. It's time to go finish the season. The Vikings will play 2 games on the road back-to-back to wrap things up. They kick off at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon in Havre, Montana, as they will take on Montana State University Northern. That's a Frontier Conference matchup. And then next weekend it's at Montana Tech to wrap things up, the 6th-ranked team in the country. The Vikings celebrating a 29-21 win over Dickinson State at home a couple of Saturdays ago. They did not play this last week with a bye week. And so now Montana State Northern and Montana Tech, the final 2 opponents. And those games go in the next couple of Saturdays. So good luck going out to the Viking football team as they get ready to go on the road to Montana to finish up their season. Cougars lead the Vikings here in men's basketball 43-40. We've got the second half of our matchup coming up in just a couple of moments, so we invite you to stay with us. Viking basketball continues next.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Getting ready for the start of second half basketball. The Vikings trailing by a score of 43-40 to the hands of the University of Minnesota Morris as we get ready for half number 2. Tuesday night basketball here at the Bubble, the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. We'll be back here in a couple of Fridays when the Viking women will be at home to take on Bemidji State. And then a Friday and Saturday after that when the Vikings have home basketball coming up to start conference play. Yeah, there's not a lot left. The Viking men will go on the road to Yankton, South Dakota. And then the non-conference season is absolutely over. And it's time to play games that count. Inbounds play will come in for Minnesota Morris from Caden Pieper. The Cougars now moving left to right. Thomas Tiernan has it. And let's get underway with the second half with the Vikings trailing by a score of 43-40. Ball on the right side of the floor. Tiernan getting it back. He'll pull up for three and knocks it down. Thomas Tiernan hits a three-point shot. And an inauspicious start for the Viking defense to start the second half of play as Minnesota Morris hitting what was an uncontested three. Obviously contested in the ball movement, but didn't get a hand out on the shooter, and the lead is back to 6 for the Cougars, 46-40. J.R. Sisson kicking one back out to the perimeter. Ball picked up there. Grindy with it. Off to the right. Sisson again. He drives his way in, kicks out near side. Three by Joel Nelson. In and out. That filled but wouldn't fall. And Pieper comes down with the basketball for the Minnesota Morris Cougars. And now a chance for a 3-possession lead, which is something that neither team has had tonight. Thompson on the right side, a stop. Leaves it back off in the top of the key for Jace Nelson. Back to Pieper. Pieper working left side, goes to the basket and scores his 20th point tonight. And the lead is now 8 for Minnesota Morris by a score of 48-40. Vikings need some answers defensively. Drive by Sisson, got to the baseline, pulls up on a fall away and missed it. Rebound put back underway. Deal will score. Logan Deal has his 7th. And a foul coming up against Caden Grindy, trying to body up on Pieper as the ball came in. Grindy will have his 3rd. Inbounds play will come in from Caden Pieper. But the Vikings down by a score of 48-42, and it's been a night where offensively the Vikings have been okay. Again, they took a lot of threes, missed a handful, but scored enough to keep themselves in contention. But defensively, they've had some struggles with this Minnesota Morris team. Stop and go dribble by Jace Nelson for the Cougars. He looks back inside, able to find Tiernan, who's hanging out in the post now. Back to Nelson. They wheel it down to Carvin Fish, who will turn and score. Fish with 8. Vikings beaten in the post. And the lead is back to 8 for the Cougars at 50-42. A turn, Deal, posting hard, counted 1. Logan Deal gets to the basket, and they'll have a chance at the foul line. Foul will go inside. We'll see if it's Caden Pieper that picks it up. It will be Caden Pieper who has his first. And this will put Logan Deal on the line. 9 points, chance to make it 10. Trying to cut this lead down to 5. And then the Vikings have got to find a stop defensively here. Deal, bonus foul shot, good. He's 3 of 3 from the foul line tonight. 10 for Logan Deal, tied for the game high for Valley City State. Vikings back within 5 at 50-45. Tiernan backcourt, double team trap, in some trouble. Leaves it up for grabs near side. Matt Thompson starts down the near sideline. Hard take to the basket against Nelson, left it short. That's a good defensive stand by Joel Nelson, bodied up with Thompson the entire way, altered the shot. Grindy into the front court for the Vikings. Deep 3, Caden Larson, well short. Logan Deal fighting for an offensive rebound, found it, out to Sisson. He'll pull the trigger for 3. That's in and out. Another rebound tipped, and we got a foul on the floor. That apparently is going against the Cougars. This will go against Caden Pieper, who now has his 2nd personal foul. And another opportunity for the Vikings to try to cut into the Minnesota Morris lead. J.R. Sisson to inbound the basketball. Takes a look left corner. Head fake by Caden Larson to draw a defender. Now he's left wide open off a seal. 3 comes up empty, however. Matt Thompson will end up snaring the rebound out of Jace Nelson, his teammate's hand. And Thomas Tiernan looks to bring the Cougars up front. Nelson, top of the key, got left side, goes down to the baseline. Carvin Fish left that one up for grabs, and Logan Deal going to be called for his 3rd foul. Or will he? Yep, Logan Deal will pick up his 3rd. We'll see what the Vikings do here. They've played 10 tonight, and the next post would be Alex Lester. Right now, Deal's going to stay on the floor. Pieper trying to get down to the baseline, double team trap. Ball's on the floor, and the strip drill is on, and the Vikings will force the tie up and take over on the alternating arrow. Since the opening tip, this thing has been very physical tonight. No question about that. Inbounds pass comes in from Caden Grindy. The Vikings down 5, 50-45 in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, nearly 3 minutes into the second half. Logan Deal, top of the key, jab stepping. Taking a look in. Ball comes out right side. Joel Nelson. Nelson drive hard to the basket. Nelson will score. Joel Nelson with just a hard take into the basket. And Nelson finds himself out to a 9-point night. Rather 7 for Joel Nelson. 50-47. Lead cut to 3. Tiernan on the right side finding Carvin Fish. Into Thompson, right block against Larson. Larson trying to stand his ground. Thompson fading, splitting defenders. Finger rolls his way to the basket. Matt Thompson with 4 turned left and drew an extra defender, and then steps through what turned out to be a double team off the help side and scored it. 52-47. Vikings back down 5. We got a foul away from the basketball. This one's going to go against the Cougars, and it will go against Thomas Tiernan. Boy, go back to that play a moment ago on our replay. You'll watch this ball for Valley City State. Just a hard take to the basket by Nelson. That's just going through contact, and that's a freshman, folks. Get excited about the future with Joel Nelson. He knows his way around. Here's Deal getting loose inside the post, and he's fouled. The Vikings want goaltending on this. The ball went up, and there was basket interference, and the Vikings want this to be an and one. They want a foul, they want basket interference, and they want to go to the foul line as well here. Ryan Montgomery was up lobbying for it right away. The three officials will get together to converse. Let's see what the call's going to be. Nope, they're going to say that this is on the shot, but the shot was missed. And it's the third foul of the night against Jace Nelson for the University of Minnesota Morris. 4 already against the Cougars in the second half. And the Vikings have yet to play 4 minutes of the second half against them. Logan Deal rolls one off the front of the rim, no good. 3 of 3 up until that moment. Lead is still 5 at 52-47. Ryan Montgomery asking about the previous ruling, why basket interference was not called at that point. Second foul shot is also no good. So 0 of 2 for Deal and a ball on a bounce. And boy, the Vikings believe that that was theirs. Matthew Thompson had his hands on it. They'll say Joel Nelson knocked it out of bounds, and the Cougars will get it back. Inbounds pass will come in from Caden Pieper. Minnesota Morris leading by 5, 52-47. Thomas Kiernan trap, ball taken away. Sisson to steal, he'll go to the basket and score. The pressure finally gets to Minnesota Morris, and now on an inbounds play, the Vikings knock one away. Vikings trying to ramp it up with some defense in the backcourt. The defense in the front court been a little spotty tonight, but trying to find some interference in the backcourt. They get one back. They're back within 3 at 52-49. Tiernan in the backcourt. Larson coming out to challenge him. Tiernan coming to a stop between the rings. Looks to hand it off. Found Grindy. Correction, found Pieper. Grindy's out to get Pieper. Pieper a stop. Matt Thompson stops on the right elbow. Looks back left side. Threw the ball away. It's up for grabs. Pieper rips it free. Looks down low and a bank off the glass for Jace Nelson. He'll score his 4th tonight. And the Vikings are back down 5. Boy, the Vikings got everything they wanted out of that defensive take and just couldn't get the stop. Logan Deal, top of the key for the Vikings. Turn, looking right side of the floor, able to find J.R. Sisson. Sisson cutting down the lane. Reverse layup, left it short. Rebound poked around. It comes back to Jace Nelson from Minnesota Morris. Good take by Sisson. Now a takeaway for the Vikings. Caden Larson driving to the basket. He'll score. Caleb Larson comes up with a takeaway for Valley City State. Again, the Vikings getting disruptive in the backcourt. Matthew Thompson, 2-on-1 after the pressure's beat. He'll go and score. Thompson with 6. The Vikings trap is beaten. Turns into 2-on-1 on the other side for the Cougars. Sisson back up front for Valley City State. He'll step towards the right side. A look by Lester in the post trying to get open. Ball comes back to Joel Nelson. Now back to Sisson. 3-ball hits it. J.R. Sisson with 13. Vikings cut the gap to 2 at 56-54. And Pieper will be fouled by Caden Grindy. Grindy's got his 4th. So Grindy gets called for his 4th personal foul, and that's going to take us to the media stoppage. So we have a timeout for media. 56-54. The Cougars lead by 2 over the Vikings. 14:30 to play second half. Let's take the timeout. We'll come back with more in a moment. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Timeout for media. The Vikings have the 4th foul go against Caden Grindy. It's 56-54. Valley City State down by 2. Leroy Staples Fairbanks back in the game for Minnesota Morris. And Fairbanks will get it back after inbounding to Lowell Samuel. Also Ian Fahey back into the matchup for Minnesota Morris as they make some changes out of the media stoppage. Staples Fairbanks driving his way in the lane, pulls up and draws a foul. It has been a foul-ridden basketball game tonight. And the first is on the way and good for number 14, this is Leroy Staples Fairbanks that's at the line. And the second foul shot is on the way, and that one is good. So the lead back to 4 for the Cougars at 58-54. Nick Carlson, top of the key for Valley City State. I'll look inside. Bryant Fry getting it down to Carlson, who's operating in the post. Back out on top, Bryant Fry for 3. It's off the heel of the rim. Rebound deflected loose, and Lester goes to get it and throws it off of Young Doc, and then the ball apparently hit Lester on the boundary. And the call, no, they're going to change the call. They're apparently going to give this back to Minnesota Morris. Boy, the Viking crowd came to life on that one, and there would have been a thing there if the Vikings don't get that basketball. Inbounds pass will come to the near side. And Bryant Fry will inbound it. Lester at the top of the key, handing off. The Vikings with Nez Chahadi. Chahadi a stop. Back to the near side for Bryant Fry. He'll bounce it into Lester. Posting up against Fahey. Turn, left it short. Rebound spiked loose inside. Carlson had it. A look to race it down. Lester deflected it in. Carlson got it back. Coppervig on the right side. Coppervig driving down to the corner and then reverses back out onto the wing. He'll stop his dribble. Back to Bryant Fry. A 3-ball on the way. That's off the heel. Offensive rebound to Carlson, then stripped out of his hands by Johnny Tong. And we'll see a whistle and a ball knocked out of bounds, kicked by a Viking defender. So the ball will go back to Minnesota Morris up front. It has been just an awkward game tonight. I mean, it has really, really been awkward in a lot of different places. It just has been. Inbounds pass underneath, and Young Doc will get to the basket and score. Young Doc with 4. 60-54. The lead is back to 6. Chahade comes back into the front court for Valley City State. The Vikings need to find a couple of stops defensively. Minnesota Morris just hitting all the time. Bryant Fry for 3, rims in and out. We've got a foul coming up on the rebound. Apparently going against Ian Fahey inside, holding up Lester. The Vikings should have a post presence here and there, but when you take a look at their lineup that they played tonight, really the only true post that you've seen that would be Alex Lester, who you see right now, right? Everybody else is kind of a hybrid. That's probably why they're taking a lot of three-point shots. Lester double pivoting, tapping his own miss back, got his own miss again, and Lester will score. 4 points for Lester. The Vikings are back within 4 at 60-56. And a timeout will be taken by Minnesota Morris. So the Vikings will force a timeout. 60-56 your score. The Vikings within 4, looking for a defensive presence to try to turn the game around. We've got more Viking basketball on the way in a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
So Minnesota Morris will call for timeout. The Viking pressure defense tonight has shown you on a couple of opportunities that they could be in a situation where they could be okay. I mean, that pressure defense has been there at times, but they've been beaten on it quite a bit as well, and then there's really no presence back defensively for the Vikings. And when the Vikings have been in the half court, it's been a little bit of a struggle. And you might see now, as you've watched the game play out, Ryan Montgomery, the head coach of the Vikings, recognizing where his team's weaknesses might be and trying to coach them against those. Fahey in the post against a triple team. He gets to the basket and scores. I mean, the Vikings had 4 men there, and Ian Fahey turns and scores his first field goal tonight. 62-56. The lead is 6. A stop inside. Lester trying to find Coppervig on a baseline cut, and Coppervig travels with the basketball. It'll back to Morris. But the thing that occurs to me is that, okay, not a lot of post play. They've got some men that can play the post, but they've taken a lot of threes because if you're going to have a little bit of a struggle in the post, what do? You take some extra three-point shots. And then if you're going to struggle in the half-court defense, what do? You come out and trap and press all the way through, because if they get in the half court, then you might be in a little bit of an issue. So we'll see if those are some of the patterns that this Viking team is going to come up with this year. A jump stop by Johnny Tong. He looks to step down low and ends up sending the ball out of bounds. And that's going to go back to Valley City State, and they'll sub a fresh 5. Deal, Sisson, Grindy, Joel Nelson, and Caleb Larson will come back into the matchup. Inbounds play will come in from Grindy. Sisson will take it. 62-56. Vikings down a half dozen. Still a lot of game to go. 11:35 to go in this matchup. Grindy bounce pass into the block. He's got Deal left side against Fahey. Deal turning, got to the basket, missed it. I should say Alex Deal, obviously a true post as well, or Logan rather. I apologize. Junior at 6'6". Just a little undersized down there, right? At 6'6". In this conference, that's going to be a little undersized, but my apologies. We hadn't seen Deal for a while, and he's clearly been good in the post tonight as well. So you've got Logan Deal, and you've got Alex Lester, and Deal's kind of acted more like a true post, though, second half. Logan Deal took a couple of threes in the opening half of play, and even at 6'6" might come off as a bit of a hybrid type of player, although capable of playing the post, but he may be more of a 4 or even a 3. Nelson driving left off the right wing. A stop. Kicking left corner. Grindy. Back in to Deal. Trying to post up on Fahey. Turns. Tried to cut it inside for a play inside with Caleb Larson. Larson rescues a loose basketball. He drives in. Took a hit. Blocking foul. Counted 1. Larson will go to the foul line. Boy, we talked about this kid's strength earlier in the game when he drove in and scored. That was earlier this half. Now he absorbs a bump and just gets in. Watch this play. Larson taking it out, goes in, takes a huge pop there and altered, gets that shot to roll in, and earns a bonus opportunity from the line and a chance to make this a one-possession ball game again for Valley City State. Larson's bonus foul shot is good. 16 for Caleb Larson. The lead is 62-59. Valley City State down by 3 to Minnesota Morris. Staples Fairbanks on the far side of the floor, and he travels against hands-up pressure from Caden Grindy. Grindy with 4 fouls, playing very aggressively with those 4. And the Vikings have a chance to cut the lead to 1 or possibly tie it. Inbounds pass to Sisson for the Vikings. Sisson stepping towards the right, crossover dribble left hand, kick out Grindy. A 3 ties the game. Nelson inside, back to Grindy. Deal taking a look, thought about the 3, goes into Larson instead. A step back fall away from 15 feet, rolls off. Rebound comes loose, kicked out right side. Sisson wants the tie, he's got it. J.R. Sisson steps into the 3, ties the ball game. 62 apiece. A drive the other way. Tong right to the basket, gives the lead back to Minnesota Morris. The trap beaten and the Vikings ended up 3-on-2. The Vikings down 1. Sisson up the floor, looking left side. Found Logan Deal left block. He bodies in on Fahey. The turn, draws a double team, pivots through it, kicks it out. Sisson for 3 in the lead, comes up short. Rebound deflected. We've got a foul on the board. They're either going to get Nelson or Deal. This is going to be Logan Deal that picks up his 4th personal. So now Grindy with 4 and Deal with 4, and that'll bring us to the media timeout. 64-62, Minnesota Morris by 2 over the Vikings halfway through the second half. We have a timeout for media, and it's a timeout with the LaRue Laco Financial Scoreboard reading the Cougars by 2. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC. We're back with more in a moment.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
64-62. We've got a great game tonight here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse to start the season. Viking men's basketball tonight against the University of Minnesota Morris. Caden Pieper will inbound for the Cougars. Pieper taking a look, lobs it up. The Vikings force a turnover. Sisson in the lane with a teardrop, missed it. Rebound deflected loose. Grindy got it. Sisson a dagger three right corner, hits it, and the Vikings take the lead. Sisson with 19 points, 11 have come in the second half. The Vikings lead 65-64 over Minnesota Morris. Pieper in the backcourt for the Cougars. He'll give to Thomas Tiernan. Tiernan stepping up, looking to the right side. Another ball knocked away. Joel Nelson nearly had a takeaway. Ball comes back to Carbon Fish for the Cougars, and now a whistle. And a timeout may have been taken. Let's see what we got here. There's a whistle on the far side of the floor. Are they issuing a warning against the Minnesota Morris bench, or was there a shot clock issue? That may be what it is they're working through here. Shot clock issue. I'm assuming, yeah, they've reset the shot clock to 17 seconds. I didn't see Coach Grove drift out of the coaching area, but maybe he had. That's the thought anyway, but no. Pieper will inbound, 17 to shoot for Minnesota Morris. Pieper taking a look, finds Thomas Tiernan on the left side of the floor. Tiernan stepping away from pressure, working his way down the far sideline. Takes a look inside, reverses back out on top. Jace Nelson with it. Nelson working left side, got to the baseline, a cut by Tiernan. Tiernan had the dribble get high, found Pieper with the shot clock winding down. His shot misses. It'll be a shot clock violation against Morris, and the Vikings get the basketball. The Vikings lead 65-64. And the Vikings will inbound the basketball. A 1-point lead for Valley City State. Ball comes into J.R. Sisson for the Vikings. Sisson's had a quiet 19 points tonight. It hasn't been as quiet here in the second half. He's hit 5 threes. Sisson a jab step working left side. Drives in the lane, redirects. Grindy's got an open three. Knock it down. Caden Grindy hitting from the left-hand side. Grindy's got 5. The Vikings lead by 4. It's 68-64. Tiernan cut off backcourt, looking to get away from pressure. Hard pressure from Caleb Larson. He'll hand off. Matt Thompson for the Cougars. A stop backdoor cut. They kick left corner. Tiernan on the way, contested 3. Hit the side of the backboard, but Carbon Fish comes up with an offensive rebound, and Fish is fouled, trying to make his way back to the basket. They'll call this on the floor. If the scoreboard's correct, it's number 5. Nope, there it is. It's number 6 on the Vikings. So both teams will now have the penalty for 8 minutes, 26 seconds in the second half. Inbounds pass will come in from beyond the baseline. Tiernan sends it out. Grindy nearly had a steal, but ends up giving up on it. Pieper driving left side. Finger roll left short. Rebound deflected. Pieper got it back. That'll draw a foul. Boy, oh boy. You finally get to the point, if you're the Vikings here, where you've had your players grow into their defensive roles. In the last couple of takes to the basket for Minnesota Morris have been challenged. The 3 that was challenged, a hand in the face and hit the backboard. That take to the basket by Pieper was challenged, but where you fall down a little bit is you can't get the rebound and clear that thing out of there as Pieper knocks down point number 21. 68-65. Minnesota Morris down by 3 to the Vikings here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. And we'll wait for Pieper to get his hands on the basketball to try the second foul shot. Number 2 is on the way. This one looks strong off the heel of the rim. It is. Thompson picks the ball out of the air, and then the Vikings are able to deflect it loose and come away with possession. Sisson driving right side, between the legs dribble. Comes out top of the key, finding Caleb Larson. Now to Lester, rather. Ball comes back to the near side of the floor. Caleb Larson taking a look. Lester takes a bounce pass against Fish. Spin, fall away off the bust. What a play. Boy, there's some touch in that situation. Back the other way, though, Thompson getting free. He misses on a layup against broken pressure. The ball goes back to Valley City State as J.R. Sisson steps in and takes control of it. Sisson driving right side, kick out. Nelson, baseline spin, picked loose, got it back, fights his way out of pressure. Turns it back to the top of the key for Caleb Larson. Larson stepping up on top, pressure at the top of the key by Pieper. A stop, a kick out. Sisson, deep three, rolls off, rebound deflected out of the perimeter. Sisson runs it down for the Vikings offensively. They'll go back to work, leading by 5 at 70-65. Nelson hit by Thompson from behind, and Thompson will be called for the foul. Watch this play on our instant replay that we had with Nelson inside for Valley City State. He's going to cut. Actually, this is, I'm sorry, not Nelson rather, but the turnaround follow-away coming from Lester on that play. Alex Lester scoring his 6th on that play. And Minnesota Morris will make a line change. Young Doc will come back into the game. We'll see Ian Fahey coming back in. Staples, Fairbanks, Samuel come back on the floor. Johnny Tong back out there as well. While freshman Joel Nelson out of Devils Lake, North Dakota. Lefty finds his way to the foul line. First one's on the way, and it's off the heel of the rim. Rebound loose inside, another offensive rebound. Caleb Larson clears it, and the Vikings go back to work with the basketball. Larson a stop, looking into Logan Deal. Deal posts up against Fahey, turns his way in the lane, off his left shoulder, turns back to the left side and scores. Lester now with 8, and the Vikings beginning to find their way as it's 72-65, the Vikings on top by 7. Correction, that was Deal, my apologies, not Lester that scored. I just put that in the wrong spot. Logan Deal scoring that basket. Ball on the near side of the floor picked up and driven into the basket by Johnny Tong, a reverse layup. He'll score his 8th. Johnny Tong cuts the lead to 5 at 72-67. Sisson back into the front court for the Vikings. Working off to the right side, hands it away to Logan Deal on the right wing. Deal taking a look, Sisson kicking out. 3 on the way by Larson, that comes up short. And the rebound to Staples Fairbanks from Minnesota Morris. He's cut off in the backcourt. Back to Lowell Samuel. Samuel back off towards the left for Staples Fairbanks. Left side of the floor, ball picked up. That taken by Johnny Tong. Tong will turn it back out top of the key. Staples Fairbanks runs in on Grindy. Stop, double pivot, shot was altered. Staples Fairbanks got his own miss. We've got a whistle. I think they reset the shot clock here again, and it didn't draw iron. They're going to bring it down to 12. So they'll reset the shot clock to 12 seconds for Minnesota Morris. Boy, those are things that when you're on your home surface, you can't have happen. You don't want the shot clock to reset. Bail out a team if they didn't earn it in your place, right? You're the one running the scoreboard at that point. So we'll see an inbounds play coming in for Lowell Samuel. 11 seconds now on the shot clock. They get it underneath. Staples Fairbanks turning. Oh, boy. Ball slipped out of his hands, and Caleb Larson going to be called for a foul on the body. Larson second, and that's going to put Staples Fairbanks on the foul line for Minnesota Morris. So Staples Fairbanks at the foul line for Minnesota Morris. His first is good. Leroy Staples Fairbanks is 5 of 5 from the foul line tonight. He's got 8 total. The Viking lead slips to 4, 72-68. Second foul shot is on the way, and the Viking lead slips to 3, 72-69. Under 6 minutes to play. Second half of basketball. Grindy up front. Caleb Larson on the left side. Hands off to Logan Deal. Deal stepping back, look, Sisson cuts his way in the lane, then hits a follow-away jump shot, misses it. Rebound, Deal pulled away from Fahey to the basket, counted for Logan Deal. Deal beginning to take some things over on the inside. Forget that 6'6" frame being undersized. He'll fight down there, and he'll scrape in the trees. 74-69. The Vikings back up by 5. Staples Fairbanks has it knocked loose, is able to rescue it. Johnny Tong will hand it off to Lowell Samuel. Samuel going left side, steps back out in the wing, looks left corner for Staples Fairbanks. Staples Fairbanks the dribble hard, manning up, kicks it out. Samuel for 3, strong. Rebound out of bounds. The Vikings get it back and have a chance to go up by 3 possessions. An opportunity for a 3-possession lead for Valley City State with 5:11 left to go in the second half. They've been down for what seems like most of the second half by 6, 5, 4 points. A late run has put them on top by 5, and now a chance to go up by 3 scores. Ball top of the key with Sisson. He'll hand it off, deal with the basketball. Backdoor cut, they've got Nelson. Shot blocked by Yang Dak. Nelson didn't get rid of it in time. Rebound up the floor, Tong getting to the basket. Count it 1 for Johnny Tong. Back the other way, he's got 10 and gets himself to the foul line. And that will bring us to the media stoppage before Tong will take the bonus foul shot. Foul in that play will go against Caleb Larson, his 3rd. We have a media timeout with 4:49 left to go second half. The Vikings 74, the Cougars 71 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout for media. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. NewsDakota.com and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Timeout taken for media with 4:49 to go second half. The Vikings leading 74-71. Had a chance at a 3-possession lead a moment ago. Johnny Tong turned it around into a fast break bucket for the Cougars. He misses the bonus foul shot, and so the lead is 3. 74-71 with 4:35 to go in the second half. Logan Deal top of the key for the Vikings. Off to the right side, Joel Nelson into the corner, Caleb Larson. Back to Deal, little triangle on that side. A cut to Grindy, reverse layup, missed, but he'll go to the foul line. Had his back to the basket as he tried that shot. And Grindy earns some foul shots. Foul will go, I believe, against Jace Nelson, his 4th. Nope, they just checked in Alexander Munson. I hadn't seen a 21 check in tonight, but that's a new player. And Alexander Munson isn't even on the roster that was printed tonight for the University of Minnesota Morris. We got him from the website earlier today. Munson's first. And the first foul shot for Caden Grindy is missed. He's got 5 tonight. Grindy's second on the way is good. Grindy knocks down a half dozen. And the Vikings are up 4 at 75-71. Inbounds pass poked away by Grindy, intended for Lowell Samuel. Odd part of the game for Minnesota Morris to bring in a player for the first time of the night. Lowell Samuel will inbound to Munson. Munson a stop, back to Samuel on the near side of the floor. Samuel will take it back against the trap, got trapped at the half line, and Caden Grindy has that ricochet off his leg, ends up into the scorer's table. And the Cougars will once again try to inbound. 75-71. Valley City State by 4 in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. And Munson will inbound the basketball again. And another new player that's checked in is Brock Zeeb, a 6'5 sophomore from Pierce, South Dakota. Vikings strip a basketball. Sisson gets free and scores. J.R. Sisson capitalizing on the turnover for Valley City State. The lead is 6 at 77-71. Ball near side of the floor. Johnny Tong taking a look in at Fahey in the post. Can't find Fahey. Tong will come back to the top. Lowell Samuel looking back out at Tong left side. Tong driving to his right. Sisson comes out to get him. Ball left side of the floor for Lowell Samuel. Shot clock at 10. Fahey turning, carries one in. Over Deal inside. Ian Fahey scores his 6th. And the Viking lead is trimmed to 4 at 77-73. Ball near side of the floor. Nelson looking down to Deal. Deal a stop trying to back his way in. Turn, finger roll, got it. Logan Deal. He has found his way in the post in the second half. They have not been able to defend him. Fall away, turning to the basket. Reverse layup that time. 79-73. The Vikings on top by 6, and Grindy boots another basketball away. I love watching Caden Grindy play defense. He never has a smile on his face. He never looks happy. He is more than willing to kick a basketball. He knows that kicking a ball doesn't do anything. It doesn't earn you a possession or anything. He doesn't care. He is more than willing to kick, disrupt. He just seems to find value in the idea that he stopped the flow of your possession. And that may be true, but he is more than willing to knock basketballs all over the place, even if it's with his feet. All right. A little bit of a stoppage over in front of the scorer's table. And now we'll inbound. This will come into Lowell Samuel. And Samuel will bring his team back up front. The Vikings leading by 6, 79-73. Ball top of the key, Johnny Tong to the left side. 3 on the way, comes up a little strong out of the hands of Alexander Munson. The Vikings another chance to take a 3-possession lead late. Larson to J.R. Sisson, taking a look inside. Deal trying to post up hard against Tong. A stop, they tried to get it to Deal. Tong picked it off, and Sisson comes over and commits a foul. That's a communication issue. That will work itself out as the season goes on when Sisson's trying to find Deal inside. They just didn't have their spots straight, and that gave Johnny Tong an easy jump over the top to pick one away. And Sisson lays in the foul, which is the 10th against the Vikings, so double bonus, double penalty now. And the first is in and out and back in. Familiar roll off the heel for Tong, who's got 11 here tonight. Boy, the numbers in this one. Morris has shot 56% from the field tonight, but the Vikings have shot 22 more times. Second foul shot is good. I mean, I don't know how you get to that, and a timeout will be taken by the Vikings. 79-75. We'll go through more of those numbers coming up as we continue along with our coverage of Viking basketball. A timeout taken, and we'll take a timeout as well. 79-75 in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We've got more Viking basketball coming up in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Timeout taken by the Vikings. The Vikings lead by 4, 79-75. 2:41 left to go. The debut of Viking basketball tonight. A ton of fresh faces in the lineup. The Vikings graduated 64 points per game from last year's team. Sisson going to the basket, scoring on a layup. He's tried to fill in tonight, and he's done a wonderful job of doing so. 24 points for J.R. Sisson. Make it 26. A takeaway, breakaway, Sisson scores. The lead is up to 8 at 83-75 Vikings with 2:13 to go. A step left side, ball down to Fahey on the baseline. Ball was yanked away by Alex Lester. This will be a jump ball. The arrow favors Morris. A team that graduated their top 6 scorers, 63.8 points per game a year ago, and they've scored 83 in their debut tonight against Minnesota Morris. Cougars will inbound the basketball. Works out towards the left side of the floor. Johnny Tong goes up to get it. Tong coming back to the near side. Leaves one away to the top of the key. Ball given up there by Alexander Munson. Munson drives and scores. But the defense hasn't been quite as quick to catch up. Lead cut back to 6 at 83-77. Nelson coming up the floor for the Vikings. Kicks out left side. Taken by Caleb Larson. Into Lester and back out. Sisson pumps another 3 off the heel of the rim. Another offensive rebound, and Nelson is fouled, falling away from the basket with the basketball. Joel Nelson's frustrated that he didn't hold on to the basketball, and you've got J.R. Sisson stepping over the top saying, hey, young man, don't worry about it. You got your hands on a rebound and got fouled. You're just fine. Go to the line, knock down these foul shots, put this back to a 3-possession game. Remember that timeout that Minnesota Morris took at the end of the opening half with 0.3 of a second left? They've got one timeout left at this point now. I think you'd rather have it at this point. That was a weird timeout that they took. This is the 1-for-1 penalty for Nelson. First one's on the way and good. Joel Nelson with 8. 84-77. The lead is 7 for the Vikings. 3-possession game with 101 seconds left, and the lead will stay at 7 as the second foul shot for Nelson comes up empty. Morris will have to hurry. Ball left side of the floor. Lewell Samuel Euroing his way to the basket and scoring. Lewell Samuel with 4. And just like that, it's a 2-possession game again with 1.5 minutes to go. Sisson into the front court, handing one away to Caleb Larson. New to the game for the Cougars is Samuel Daho, a junior out of Paris, France. He comes on for the first time tonight. Deal looking near side of the floor, trying to find his way back to Sisson. Ball poked loose from Caleb Larson, ends up out of bounds, and this is going back to Morris. Larson touching it last. So an aggressive play by Ian Fahey coming over the top, knocking this one away. But this is really interesting. Morris has taken a different approach to ending the game. Their leaders, Carvin Fish, Matt Thompson, their starters, Pieper, all sitting. They're closing out the game with a different group of people. 3 on the way, banked in off the glass by Alexander Munson. And the lead has been cut to 2 at 84-82. The Cougars trying to beat the Vikings with their second unit on the floor at the finish. And a timeout will be taken by Valley City State with 49.1 seconds left to go. Ryan Montgomery was screaming for a timeout over there, and he and an official are mixing it up for some odd reason. I'm not sure why. And now the Vikings will meet with 49.1 seconds left. But again, it's an odd look for Minnesota Morris that their main players in the game aren't in the game. They've been subbing out to players that haven't played all throughout the course of the night, and their starters that got things done so well tonight are not in the game right now. And, you know, I guess Minnesota Morris looking to see what they've got on the floor that can finish a game in this type of situation. Meanwhile, the Vikings trying to finish it off with the core of their unit here tonight. So it takes you a little bit by surprise that things would finish that way. Men's basketball down the stretch. Next weekend, they will go to Mount Marty and Doane. Those games will be in Yankton, South Dakota. They'll play Mount Marty at Mount Marty and then play Doane University at Mount Marty. And then on Wednesday the 12th, they go to Dakota Wesleyan, and that will be the end of the non-conference schedule for the Vikings. They start off conference play November 18th, Tuesday, at Mayville State. 49.1 seconds left to go regulation. The Vikings leading 84-82. Caleb Larson will inbound to Logan Deal. The arrow belongs to Valley City State. Both teams are in the double penalty at this point. Ball on the right side of the floor, Larson looking down to the baseline. A step in by Deal, stripped of the basketball. It's out of bounds off of Morris. It'll be Viking basketball. And the Vikings will have 9 seconds to shoot. The Vikings have 1 timeout left. Inbounds play will come in from J.R. Sisson. Sisson finds Deal, and Sisson gets it back. Shot clock at 5. Into the corner, Larson. Shot clock at 3. Larson driving baseline, got to the basket, left it short. The rebounds battled for. Deal got it, had a shot altered. It'll be flowing out to the far corner on an altered shot. Each team is asking for possession of the basketball. The officials will congregate, and this is going to be whose ball? Give us an indication, please. They haven't yet pointed which way the ball is going to belong. What's going on here? It'll be Viking basketball. I guess we're going to go with that. Joel Nelson will inbound the basketball with 20 seconds to go. Shot clock at 17. Sisson turning one back to the top of the key. Larson with it, stepping left. Morris doesn't want to foul here. Larson driving, finger roll layup, turned it over. There's 10 seconds left. Ball in the back court. It'll be brought up on the near side of the floor, and a jumper in the lane at the horn misses. Rebound put back. Fish will send this into overtime. Ian Fahey, will send this into overtime. Ian Fahey with a rebound putback that's going to send the game into overtime. 84-84. And the Vikings get ready for an extra 5 minutes to go on the clock. They're going to set it to 1 second left to go. The Vikings have a timeout to use. I believe they'll take it. If memory serves, that allows them to inbound in the front court. Boy, oh boy. Looking for a better shot than that. You don't force Minnesota Morris to foul. The differential was only 3 seconds and change. And the Vikings went to the basket with like 9 seconds left to go in the game. And they'll see Alex Lester step back into the game. But new group, in some cases, some youth. Certainly players that are inexperienced playing with each other. And so we're tied at 84 apiece. And the Vikings will not be able to inbound at half court. They'll inbound the length of the floor. 1 second left to go. The Vikings use their final timeout. Is there enough time for the Vikings to Christian Leitner their way to a victory tonight? Length of the floor. Inbounds play from Caden Grindy. Here's the Hail Mary pass. Grindy leaves it up for grabs. Larson got a hand on it but couldn't get a shot away. And this game's going overtime. Nothing decided after 40 minutes. We will play an extra 5. After the end of regulation, we're tied 84-84. We have overtime coming up next on Viking basketball. Stay with us.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything.
All this week at the 88th anniversary sale at Lever's Foods, save on Our Family orange juice, $3.88. Our Family tomatoes or sauce, only 88 cents each. Our Family powdered sugar or brown sugar, 2 for $4. Our Family russet potatoes, 5-pound bag, just $1.88. And boneless beef chuck roast, only $6.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Well, I don't know what kind of an omen it is when your first doubleheader has a men's game that goes overtime. That's a heck of a way to start the season. We are tied at 84 between the Vikings and the Cougars, and we will go to overtime. And again, the Cougars will not send the elements of their starters onto the floor. They're going to leave their bench players. This is a full set of reserves that's in the game. Grindy will jump for the Vikings, and he will out-jump Brock Zeeb, and Valley City State goes to work. Inside Nelson, back out Sisson, a 3 is good. J.R. Sisson has had a night, and Sisson makes it 87-84. I believe that's 27 points for J.R. Sisson. Actually, give him 29 points on the night. And a ball down low through the hands of Fahey and out of bounds. I may correct that again. This may be 28 points for J.R. Sisson. I want to see what they've got on the live stats for Sisson tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at it here and see if we can find that for you as the Vikings work it back up into the front court. Vikings with the basketball. Sisson working right side to Caden Grindy. 87-84 in overtime. The Vikings on top. They go inside to Deal. Deal tries to force his way through a double team and a foul coming up. It's either Fahey or Zeeb. It's going to be Brock Zeeb that will pick it up. 28 points tonight for Sisson. 16 for Logan Deal, 15 for Caden Larson tonight. That's where the Vikings offense has come from. And we'll see Logan Deal at the foul line. His first is no good. On again, off again from the foul line tonight for Deal. Hit his first 3, missed his last 3. Lead remains 87-84. Second foul shot on the way is short. Ball knocked around inside, and it's ripped out by Brock Zeeb for Minnesota Morris. 87-84, the Vikings by 3. Daho into the front court through the hands of Zeeb. This is out of bounds. Officials will confirm. It's going to go back to Morris. Viking crowd trying to win the possession for them, but will be unsuccessful in the lobbying effort. Inbounds pass will come in for the Cougars. They look left side. Lewell Samuel getting open. Fahey goes out to get it. Fahey hit the shot that sent this game to overtime. Samuel on the top of the key, back into Fahey. Oh, that's, you got it. Oh, wow. Oh, my. I don't know how you get a block out of this. Let's watch this again. This is an unbelievable play. It's going to be Fahey in the post. You're going to see an elbow right there. I mean, that's just, I don't know. That you can't, you clearly saw the elbow. That's going to be the 5th foul on Logan Deal. Ian Fahey got an elbow right underneath Logan Deal's armpit and completely disrupted him off his spot. And I don't know how this gets called a blocking foul. There's the elbow. I mean, it's just, it's clear as day. And wow. I don't know what they saw down there that would make it look different than what we just saw, but Fahey will go to the foul line. His first is on the way, and it's no good off the heel of the rim. Rebound comes down with Nelson, and here comes Valley City State. Left side of the floor, Larson coming back out to Grindy on the top of the key. Sisson into the right corner. Joel Larson with the basketball. A reversal back to the corner for Grindy. Now Larson driving in. Hard take to the basket. Left this one short. Rebound deflected to the perimeter. Grindy goes back inside. Turn, and Lester gets fouled going up for the shot. And this foul will go against Ian Fahey. Fahey will be called for his second. 87-86. Minnesota Morris leading by 1 over Valley City State. And to the line goes Alex Lester. First foul shot for Lester is good. Lester, one of the many new Vikings, but this is a freshman. 6'8", Akeley, Minnesota. Coming to Valley City State. Lead back to 2. Second foul shot on the way. Lead back to 3. Alex Lester knocks down a pair of foul shots. The Vikings lead 89-86. Daho into the front court for Minnesota Morris. Found an opening. Euro steps his way to the basket. Blocking foul, count it 1. Lester going to be called for the block. Daho gets to the basket and scores, and he'll go to the foul line for a bonus foul shot trying to retie the basketball game. And we'll see Nick Carlson come back into the game to replace Lester. So Carlson comes in the post defensively, and the Cougars have a foul shot to try to tie the game. 89-88 with a foul shot for Samuel Daho pending. Daho's bonus on the way off the heel of the rim and then goes back in. They get another familiar roll. Daho with 3. We're tied at 89. 3.5 minutes left to go in overtime. On the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, the debut of Viking men's basketball this season, and we've got an extra 5 minutes. Grindy handing off for J.R. Sisson. Sisson taking a look. Carlson's open for 3. Got a seal. Rims in and out. An offensive board. Larson going back to the basket. Puts one up. Got just sliced with a hand over the top. No call on that. Ball comes back to the Vikings. Larson now for 3. Hits that from the top of the key. Caleb Larson knocks down for 3. He's got 18. 92-89. The Vikings on top by 3. Another Euro step try in the teardrop shot. That was for Samuel. He ends up missing it. Sisson coast to coast, initiating, going to the basket and missing. Daho comes up with a rebound for Minnesota Morris. Halfway through overtime, 92-89. The Vikings have another takeaway. They've got the lead by 3, and J.R. Sisson steps in front of the ball. He'll play it back up the floor. Joel Nelson driving his way to the baseline. A stop and a kick out to Sisson. Now the ball through the hands of Larson. Grindy will send it down to Carlson in the post. Carlson trying to back his way in. Turn, follow away off the glass is strong. And the rebound comes down with Lewell Samuel. He'll lead one up the floor in the near side for Alexander Munson. Daho on the backside trying to score it an alley-oop layup. The Vikings save a rebound. Larson's able to save it in bounds while falling away. They come back up the floor. Larson thought about a 3. Ball fakes on him. Steps to the top of the key and dribbles off his foot. Loose ball to Joel Nelson. He goes into Grindy, bodied up by Samuel. Back out to Carlson, the top of the key. Shot clock, 10 seconds. The Vikings by 3. Larson taking a look. Very deep three is money. How do you hit that shot if you're Caden Larson? The lead is 6 at 95-89. Lowell Samuel, right side of the floor. Zeeb steps in on a jump stop. He pulls up and scores in front of the rim. First 2 points for Brock Zeeb. The lead cut to 4 at 95-91. Sisson into the front court for Morris. He'll step right, actually rather for the Vikings. He'll step out top of the key. Finds his way to Larson. Larson, a crossover dribble, working his way in the lane, going opposite the screen of Carlson. A kick out. This is Joel Nelson for 3. It's off the heel of the rim. Rebound spiked loose on the floor. And a foul coming up against the Vikings as some disruption for Alexander Munson on his way away from the basket. Boy, let's go to our replay. Take a look at this 3. Look at where Larson is when he lines up for this. What do you think? 6 feet beyond the college arc? Nails it. Just ice water in his veins to take that shot. The Vikings back up 4. But Alexander Munson will go to the foul line for the University of Minnesota Morris. Munson takes a look. Number 1 off the heel of the rim. The foul line has not been kind to Minnesota Morris tonight. Take a look at that number. 9 of 18. No, 15 of 24 for Morris. Now 15 of 25. The Vikings haven't been a whole lot better, though, at 9 of 18 from the foul line. Munson misses both. 95-91, and a 3-point play for the Vikings here would put it away. 54 seconds to go in overtime. The Vikings lead by 4. Carlson stepping left, going out to J.R. Sisson. Sisson turns his way in the lane. Follow away, jump stop shot, he hit it. J.R. Sisson with a big night tonight. That will give him 30. Clock stops with 45.5 seconds to go. 97-91, the Vikings by 6. Munson backcourt for Minnesota Morris. Stepping left off a screen. Looks to the right corner. Was able to find Brock Zeeb. Sisson steps in and picks his pocket. And he looks up the floor. The lead from Nelson to the glass. Nelson with a 2-hand flush to finish it. Joel Nelson goes to the basket and puts one home with 2 hands to put the Vikings up 99-91 with 27 seconds left to go in the game, and that should seal it up. Samuel Daho will inbound the basketball and the clock begins. Near side, it's Munson. Daho into the front court. Lowell Samuel steps back for a deep 3. That was altered. Carlson's got it and the shot clock's off. And the Vikings are going to 1-0. Ruckus Viking crowd here tonight that was here to cheer them on. The Vikings will prevail in overtime to go to 1-0 this season. Your final score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard tonight will be the Vikings 99 and Minnesota Morris 91. Our post-game report and a wrap-up is on the way in just a couple of moments.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
We welcome you to our post-game report tonight. The Vikings with a victory, 99-91. They sweep the University of Minnesota Morris this evening, and the Viking men will go to 1-0 on the season. What a matchup this was tonight between these two teams. Valley City State prevailing down the stretch, but again, a lot left on the floor for the University of Minnesota Morris, who did not play their mainstay players throughout most of the second half or overtime tonight, which is a bit puzzling, but the Vikings get the win by a final of 99-91, and the Vikings will go to 1-0 on the season. We'll take a look at the final numbers on this one here tonight. Valley City State shooting 43% from the field tonight. 57% for the University of Minnesota Morris. The first thing that really jumps off the page if you're a Viking fan is that the defense in the half court is going to have to find its way, because that was a problem for Valley City State tonight. You can't allow a team to come into your gym and shoot 57.5%. The Cougars shot 61.3% in the second half tonight, but the Vikings had 27 additional chances at the basket. Valley City State had 21 offensive rebounds tonight. They were out-rebounded 45-43, but again, 21-11 on the offensive glass in favor of the Vikings. They force 18 turnovers, commit just 8 of their own. The Vikings 9 of 18 from the foul line. Morris 15 of 25 from the foul line. Nobody showed their prowess shooting foul shots tonight, but it was a good night for Valley City State to get this one started this evening, except for that shooting percentage from the three-point line. 14 of 42. 33% for the three-point line tonight. The Cougars took only 15. The Vikings made one less, or correction, the Cougars shot 6 of 18 from the three-point line. The Vikings made 4 less threes than the Cougars shot tonight. So there's a lot of interesting things that come out of this one this evening. Individual numbers, Caden Pieper, 21 points tonight. Johnny Tong with 12 and 10 for Ian Fahey, including the shot that sent this thing into overtime. Leroy Staples Fairbanks ends up with 9 tonight for Minnesota Morris. Carvin Fish with 8. 5 points tonight for Alex Munson. From there, Jace Nelson with 4. Yang Dak had 4 points tonight. Thomas Tiernan ends up with 3 this evening. And also 3 points tonight for Samuel Daho. Lowell Samuel had 4, and 2 for Brock Zeeb this evening. For the Vikings, 30 points for J.R. Sisson in his Viking debut. He was 6 of 13 from the three-point line, 12 of 24 from the field tonight. 1 of 4 Vikings in double figures. Caleb Larson with 21. Logan Deal had 16, and Joel Nelson added 10 tonight. Alex Lester with 8. Caden Grindy with 6 and 5 for Nick Carlson this evening. Rebounding night tonight. 9 rebounds for Caleb Larson to go with his 21 points. Joel Nelson, 10 points, 7 boards. 7 rebounds for Nick Carlson tonight as well. And again, your final score, 99-91. The Viking women win in the opener, 77-42. Friday night, we're back at it as the Vikings will take over in volleyball action. Valley City State goes up against Bellevue University coming up on Friday night. And that'll be on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. On Saturday, it's the Vikings in Dakota State, VCSU Athletics, and also on KOVC Radio. Thank you for joining us for Viking basketball tonight. We'll send you back on the radio side into regular programming. And tonight we will send you on the video side off to see you again on Friday. This has been Viking basketball, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and NewsDakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3